creep.
No offense to TV people, but a lot of them are known as jerks and creeps.
Because they get handed everything.
Right. It's very difficult for TV people to transition to radio.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Pick up a delicious dinner at Captain Chucky's. Locations everywhere. Try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake. Delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up. Check stores for availability. Go to WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Kennedy.
I'm Sean Duffy, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. I'm Lisa Brady. The U.S. Supreme Court hears arguments on a fight between the federal government and 2 Republican-led states over pressure to remove social media posts.
We've got to build a wall of separation between tech and state to protect our First Amendment right to free speech.
I'm Dave Anthony. President Biden heads west this week, going to 2 battleground states he hopes to win again in a Trump rematch.
I, as a Democrat and a Democratic strategist, when I look at Arizona, that concerns me more than Nevada. It's a border state. Republicans have a stronger argument with immigration.
And I'm Carol Markowitz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
For the second time in less than a month, the U.S. Supreme Court hears arguments about content moderation on social media, this time drilling down on efforts by the Biden administration to combat what it deems disinformation. pushing platforms to remove posts about COVID-related topics, including vaccines, masks, and how the pandemic started, also about election integrity. Missouri, Louisiana, and several social media users sued, claiming free speech rights were violated. And lower courts sided with the states, ruling that a constitutional violation was likely. But those rulings were blocked by the Supreme Court while it considers the case. During about 90 minutes of arguments yesterday, Justice Samuel Alito suggested the government is holding antitrust laws and a legal liability shield for online platforms as weapons at the ready to get what they want from the companies.
It's treating Facebook and these other platforms like they're subordinates. Would you do that to the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the Associated Press or any other big newspaper or wire service?
Government lawyers argue there was no coercion. Brian Fletcher is the principal deputy solicitor general.
There's a problem if the government is engaged in coercion, but if it stays on the persuasion side of the line and all we're talking about is government speech, then there's no state action.
And some justices, including Ketanji Brown Jackson, sound reluctant to limit government contact with big tech, as long as it doesn't cross a constitutional line.
The government actually has a duty to take steps to protect the citizens of this country.
Last month, the High Court heard a separate fight over laws in Florida and Texas aiming to stop what critics call censoring of conservative views on social media. In this second case, accusing the federal government of crossing a line, the Justice Department has warned against making judges the superintendent of the executive branch's communications with and about social media platforms, arguing that would be an unprecedented intrusion into another branch's power. The Biden administration also says platforms routinely declined to moderate content flagged by the government and that there's no evidence any sanction was ever imposed when that happened. But a federal appeals court ruling that's on hold would bar a variety of officials, including from the FBI, White House, and CDC, from having contact with social media platforms.
Bottom line, we've put on evidence at the district court level that established flagrant violations of our First Amendment right to free speech through government coercion.
Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey.
Government coercion of big tech social media companies targeting a viewpoint for elimination from public discourse.
Now, when you say coercion, the U.S. Solicitor General says tech platforms were not coerced into censorship, that they took suggestions from the government based on facts. From your perspective, is there any chance that is actually what happened?
No. We can clearly establish coercion. And it would be news to Facebook that they weren't coerced because their internal emails demonstrate that they understood themselves to be forced to change their censorship algorithms to satisfy federal officials' demands. But I would also point out that there's other ways to demonstrate that the federal government actually targeted the censorship. And its coercion is one element. One of the other elements is significant encouragement. And at a minimum, the communications between the federal government and big tech, even if one were to determine that they didn't rise to the level of coercion, which I disagree, they are coercion, but even if you thought they weren't coercion, they certainly represent significant encouragement to censor. And finally, when you see that there's a conspiracy and joint participation between co-conspirators, that can also constitute governmental action. And in this case, the emails from the White House and other administration officials repeatedly tell big tech that they're on the same team and they want the same thing and they're working together. So essentially, it was as if big tech had outsourced its content moderation to federal officials in the Biden administration.
How crucial is the email evidence in this case? Is there a case without it?
No, I think the 20,000 documents we obtained through preliminary discovery are really critical. I think that that paints the most clear picture of coercion and of the big tech social media corporations. But I'd also say that the numerous depositions that were taken are also probative evidence that establish this vast censorship regime across a spectrum of federal bureaucratic agencies, from the top of the White House down through the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which has been called the nerve center of the vast censorship enterprise.
I mean, when you're talking about thousands of documents, I'm sure there's a lot of examples that you could give, but are there a few that stand out more than the rest?
Yeah, absolutely. Just let me give you a few. Number one, specific emails from Rob Flaherty, the White House communications office, where he's demanding that big tech change their censorship algorithms to deplatform, de-emphasize, or shadow ban anyone who is questioning the White House's COVID policies. I would also point out that the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, maintains a spreadsheet of targets for government censorship. So this is Orwellian, and it's a clear violation of our right to free speech. And the harm is ongoing. It's not limited in time, because what happens is people are now less likely to talk about COVID tyranny, less likely to talk about election integrity, less likely to talk about President Donald Trump for fear of being booted off big tech social media platforms. And the First Amendment protects not only people's right to speak, but people's right to hear as well. So every user of big tech, or anyone who ever has obtained information from big tech, is impacted by these violations.
How much of this case is wrapped up in COVID versus other topics?
COVID is certainly the Trojan horse that got the enemy behind the gates. I mean, COVID is the excuse that the federal government is using, saying, hey, look, they believe they've got to fight back against what they call misinformation in order to promote public health. But the problem with that is, if the Constitution gives way in times of national emergency, then bureaucrats will just perpetually use a national emergency to get around the Constitution to achieve illicit objectives. And I would point out, too, it's dripping with irony that the federal government claims to want to protect you and me from misinformation, and yet 100% of the speech that they targeted for censorship ended up being truthful speech. But that points to the fact that the remedy for disfavored speech is counter speech, not government censorship. If President Biden and his army of federal bureaucrats didn't like what was being said on big tech social media platforms, they should have offered their own speech, not censored American voices in violation of the First Amendment. And again, the speech they were censoring was core political speech. It was protected by the First Amendment. And the ambition of the Biden administration is to eliminate any dissenting viewpoint from public discourse.
Now, I mean, we are talking about a time of unusual circumstances, right? The height of a pandemic, and then just the fact that the internet and social media platforms have come such a long way in such a short time. Is there ever a time, in your mind, that it would be appropriate for the government to step in and make suggestions to companies about what's posted on their platforms?
No, we've got to build a wall of separation between tech and state to protect our First Amendment right to free speech. And I think some of the justices pointed this out during their questioning when they identified the fact that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, it has created this government-sanctioned monopoly of big tech social media corporations that are consolidated and are easier to target for censorship than a more traditional medium of communication that would be tethered to open market principles that would mitigate against the desire to censor.
Does this really boil down to a bigger question, though, about the internet and social media? You know, who decides what is information, and how does that ever get resolved in a way that would be acceptable to everybody?
The American people make those determinations, not unelected federal bureaucrats.
But I mean, there are limits on certain things, right? Certain content is restricted in some way, depending on what it is. So does that lend itself to the arguments that, you know, actual misinformation should be restricted as well? But again, it comes down to what's misinformation, right?
That's right. And the point I'm making here is that it's up to the American people to determine what they do and don't want to believe. It's not up to the government to determine what we should and shouldn't hear. And especially when we're talking about protected core political speech. And going back to your earlier point, COVID was the Trojan horse that got the enemy behind the gates, but we know that there have been instances where the deep state has suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story and prepared big tech social media to suppress that story once it broke. There were meetings between the Department of Justice and big tech social media platforms in the weeks and months leading up to the 2020 election, where, again, they planted and germinated the seed that there would be a Russian disinformation story related to Hunter Biden, despite the fact that the FBI knew that the laptop was authentic. At some point, that becomes election interference. And so, again, the topics that are subject to censorship go well beyond COVID tyranny.
How concerned are you about the implications of this case going forward in general, but also specifically for the presidential election, given the existing concerns about election interference?
I think the right to free speech is fundamental to who we are as Americans, and it's vital to the health of our democratic republic. And it is a strategic objective that we must secure lest we lose our national identity and the soul of our nation.
What's the best case scenario for your case and for the Louisiana case coming out of the Supreme Court? What are you hoping will happen? And if they don't go all the way and give some sort of partial decision, what could that look like?
Well, I believe the Supreme Court ultimately will affirm the district court's preliminary injunction. And again, that's laying the first brick in the wall of separation between tech and state. We'll then be back down at the district court level conducting merits discovery to root out this vast censorship enterprise and put a stop to it once and for all.
So, but if they don't go that far, or if they decide not to uphold what the lower courts have done, I guess what's the worst case scenario is what I'm asking too.
Well, there's certainly an off chance that the court will say that the district court wrongly entered the preliminary injunction, but the case will then go on. We'll be back down at the district court level to conduct merits discovery regardless. So at the end of the day, we're not going to stop fighting to protect our First Amendment right to free speech and to prevent the government from coercing big tech into silencing our voices.
How optimistic are you based on what you heard during the arguments?
I'm optimistic. I think that, at a minimum, several of the justices clearly understood what was at stake and clearly understood the coercive relationship between the federal government and big tech, and understand that at the end of the day, this is viewpoint discrimination that is intolerable under our First Amendment.
Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey, thank you very much for your time.
Hey, thank you so much. Great talking to you, and thank you for covering this important story.
Dom Donna, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through April 1st at the Invitation Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, March 19th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Ballots being cast in presidential primaries today. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has all the details.
Voters are casting primary ballots today in 5 states: Illinois, Florida, Arizona, Kansas, and Ohio. There will be Republican presidential primaries held in all 5, while the Democratic primaries will only be held in 4. Florida's Democratic presidential primary was canceled because the party only submitted President Joe Biden's name as a candidate, and under state law there will be no primary. Because both President Biden and former President Donald Trump have already secured enough delegate support to become their party's presumptive nominees, neither faces strong challenges.
The U.S. State Department recently revealing nearly 1,000 Americans have filled out a crisis intake form looking for assistance in Haiti, a country facing heavy gang violence.
A huge uptick from just last week when the State Department said only several hundred Americans in Haiti reached out due to the violence and civil unrest. In another about face, U.S. officials say they are now helping Americans evacuate. The Biden administration evacuated at least 30-plus Americans via a charter flight over the weekend and says it hopes to rescue more in coming days.
And that's Fox's Jackie Ibanez. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
John at Wildwood, Dan, is the guy that comes to mind. I'm sure he'll get over there. Wherever the Walk of Fame is, I think I know where the parking lot is. It's near La Cucina on Pacific. One of our salespeople apparently believes that my star is on that Walk of Fame, Dan.
You have a star?
Right next to Chubby Checker.
No.
Oh, my God. Is he going to be anywhere in the summer nearby?
July 14th, he's in St. Charles, Illinois, with a dance floor.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Molly Malloy's Kitchen and Bar is located at Center Court in the historic Reading Terminal Market, featuring a private bar, diner seating, and a great view of the market scene. Molly Malloy's uses fresh ingredients, like produce from the Iovine brothers, along with other market vendors, from cheesesteaks made with center-cut ribeye on seeded Sarcones rolls, fresh biscuits made for breakfast sandwiches, or 35 beers, ciders, and Prosecco on tap. Molly Malloy's in the Reading Terminal Market has a little something for everyone. Go to mollymaloysphilly.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. At PNC Bank, we're committed to making a difference in the communities we call home. Since 2004, our employees have volunteered over 1 million hours through our Grow Up Great initiative, aiming to help young children cultivate a love for learning. We believe everyone deserves the chance to have a strong foundation. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. PNC Bank, see how we can make a difference for you at pnc.com/growupgrade. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a McCausland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good day across the board on Wall Street Monday. The Dow up 76, the S&P 500 up just over 32, the Nasdaq up more than 130. Shares of Alphabet's Google rose over 4% following a report Apple may license Google's Gemini artificial intelligence engine and use it in the iPhone. The Fed starts 2 days of policy meetings today. Tomorrow, it's expected to announce its latest interest rate decision, which will be followed by a news conference from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Fabric and crafts retailer Joann has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. And Volkswagen's factory in Chattanooga, Tennessee, likely to be the first test of the United Auto Workers effort to organize non-union automobile plants across the nation. Workers there filed paperwork with the National Labor Relations Board Monday, seeking an election on union representation. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
They are battleground states. President Biden hopes to win again. Today he travels to Nevada, then it's off to Arizona, confident that 2024 will be like 2020.
I know it sounds like hyperbole, but it's all in your hands. And you folks like you all across the country. Because this is how I won the first time I ever ran. This is how we're going to win again.
That was the president with Biden supporters last week in Minneapolis.
A lot of you helped me in 2020, and we make sure he was a loser. He is a loser. And we're going to make sure that happens again.
But polls have shown former President Trump leads in both states, which could be key in his attempt to win back the White House.
I, as a Democrat and a Democratic strategist, when I look at Arizona, that concerns me more than Nevada.
Leslie Marshall is a Fox News contributor and radio talk show host.
It's a border state. Republicans have a stronger argument with immigration. And that's an area, honestly, that I wish the president and that my party would do more about. And one of the things I wish that they would do more about is letting the American people know facts. For example, a lot of people don't realize that the flow of those crossing the border in both January and February was more than 50% less than in December. I'm not talking a year ago. I'm talking December. That's a victory lap that you should take. You should, when there's apprehensions, this many, we stopped this amount of fentanyl from coming in. And that's not the messaging that's being heard. The messaging that's being heard is that, Democrats don't want to close our border, which is laughable to me because our border is closed.
Well, December, you referenced December, that was a record number. There were over 300,000 encounters at the border with those crossing illegally. That doesn't even count those, the gotaways that they didn't apprehend and all of that. Now, even when the numbers come down, you're still seeing a shift into other areas, like they went away from Texas, more in Arizona, more in California, and then there was the amount of Chinese immigrants coming in, and so it's even when the numbers change, the focus doesn't look so great for the Biden administration.
True, I don't disagree with that, but then we also have to look at reasons why. I mean, think about it. Republicans are going, do something about immigration, right? And the Democrats go, okay, and in the Senate, we'll work together, right? Okay, we've got this. This is where the numbers would be. This is how much the numbers would be cut. This is how many more people would get jobs. This is how much more security and strengthening we'd have with border control. This is how we would address the backlog. And Republicans go, no. The Democrats need to push that more. That's what I'm saying, is part of it is the messaging, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I'm not advising the president, but if I were advising the president, I would, and he's been doing it. He did it in a State of the Union, but he needs to do it more, which is at least, regarding the issue of immigration, here are the facts. Here's what I can do. Here's what I will do. But I want to say something else about Arizona with regard to those numbers. When it comes down, when we see numbers, and, certainly, polls can make me nervous, but methodology has changed. I just don't trust poll numbers as much, and I haven't since 2016. And I know there are a lot of people that agree with me on that, left or right. But when it comes to the state of Arizona, I do think there are going to be segments that we're not seeing in these polls that are going to come out strong for Joe Biden. One would be seniors. Arizona, like Florida, has a very large retirement population. There are many, 65 plus. Joe Biden does very well with 65 plus. And that, the polling shows that. Because, there's many times that Republicans have talked about taking a hatchet to Medicare and to Social Security, and that frightens them. Abortion is going to be a bigger issue. It was in the midterms. It was in Ohio. It will be in the general. And you're going to see women and youth perhaps not represented in some of this polling. who are going to come out en masse to vote for Joe Biden because they don't want the alternative. There are going to be Republicans that vote for Trump because they're Republican and he's a Republican nominee. There are going to be Democrats that vote for Joe Biden because he's a Democrat and he's the Democratic nominee, and that's the majority, right, of the voters. But it's that sliver. It's that sliver of independence. But I think that the older population, the women, and the youth are going to put Joe Biden over the finish line. And I hate to say this, but if there was one state that he flipped that I would be most fearful of flipping back red, that would be Arizona.
I want you to listen to former President Trump. He was talking to Howie Kurtz on the Fox Media Buzz on Sunday, and he talked about some of the Democrats. You talked about Democrats voting for Biden. Listen to the former president.
There's no hope with Biden. He's a deadhead.
But that's not how
no
Democrats view it. That's why
I think the Democrats vote for me a lot more than you think. In fact, I saw where at least 10 or 12% of the Democrats are voting for me. They've never seen a number like that. See, I have a theory. People in Beverly Hills vote for me, but they don't talk about it.
All right. Now, is he right? There are polls showing he has stronger support among black voters, Hispanic voters. What do you think, Leslie?
Well, he has stronger support among black and Hispanic voters in red states that he's going to win anyway.
Okay.
But he doesn't have stronger support among black and Hispanics in blue states or in those swing states. Yes, there are pockets, but I would be concerned if those numbers were not in the red states, but in the blue and the purple states. And I'm just not seeing that. You know, there's always a way to represent numbers, right?
Sure.
You know, you can always talk about numbers in a certain way that benefits you. And the former president does that a lot. And sometimes he does that without accuracy. But no, Democrats are not supporting Donald Trump, but, you know, double digits in percentages, as he said. And if so, I'd love to see the data for that.
Now, the president's approval rating around the upper 30s in the Gallup surveys, lower than Trump approval rating at this time, George H.W. Bush's approval rating at this time, Jimmy Carter's approval rating at this time. All three were presidents who were defeated in attempts at being reelected. Does that make you nervous?
Well, of course it makes me nervous. It's a very tight race. Even without those numbers, it makes me nervous because it's very, very tight. And Americans are very fickle. I mean, you know, we can love you on Monday and hate you on Tuesday based on a word, a sentence, what you're wearing, you know, how you smile or you didn't smile. I mean, come on, we're very fickle. Look, when Joe Biden ran last time around, I heard that he wasn't going to be president because Democrats weren't enthusiastic and they weren't going to show up. Well, the numbers prove that to be wrong. I'm hoping that will be the case again, because right now Americans see the headlines, the economy's doing well, but they're not feeling it. And I do feel strongly by the time the election comes around, they'll feel it more. And that with regard to the economy, they'll feel more positive.
But poll after poll, I know you don't trust the polls, Leslie. I know you don't trust the polls, but poll after poll have former President Trump well ahead of President Biden when it comes to the economy. Inflation is an anchor on President Biden to this day, even though the rate of inflation has come down. It's not like prices are going down. It's just the rate of increase is slowing. So that's still an issue that he's been dogged by.
Again, I'm not concerned about that. I'm not concerned about that because the economy is improving almost on a day-to-day basis. And by the time the election comes around, I am very confident that we'll see better numbers, for President Biden with regard to the economy. Immigration, not so sure. But democracy.
Yeah. Now,
when it comes to the, so it really
election
depends.
Security is what the president's harping on that former President Trump's a danger to democracy. He's going to be harping on that a lot too, right?
Well, yes, but Donald Trump is actually doing a lot to hurt himself with some of the rhetoric that he's talking about. When you're talking about rounding up Latinos, when you're talking about detention centers or camps. I live in California where we had Manzanar here. When you have, just some of the rhetoric regarding January 6th and regarding the people involved in January 6th, regarding the leader of North Korea, regarding Putin as opposed to Zelensky or Russia compared to Ukraine. I think there's some dangerous things being said by the former president that certainly don't help him with regard to confidence in voters to consider him somebody to keep and hold the democracy dear and free.
There was an NBC report that President Biden is angry at times at his reelection camp, that he's anxious about what the strategies have been as they ramp up the reelection effort. Do you think that he's right to be nervous? Do you think that that's accurate?
I think everybody, when things are not going the way they would like, perhaps, look around at their team and, I know I do, and you look around at your team and you say, come on, what's going on? I mean, there's been some infighting, there's been some resignations. You got to be just like a party. You have to be united.
The president's age continues to be an issue as well. People see him at times maybe looking like he doesn't know where he's going or something like that, or he'll stumble through a speech a little bit. Supposedly he's wearing these new shoes. I guess they're called Hokas or something like that, where, I don't know, he's on his feet to make him more comfortable. But the issue of his age, and if they don't let him speak his mind and they don't let him take questions, I mean, do you think that the strategy has to change to make him look different?
Well, he is an older man. But after the State of the Union, poll after poll, even though it may not have bumped his approval, but poll after poll, had more confidence with him and his age. Donald Trump just talked about Barack Obama beating Joe Biden. Donald Trump has been making, arguably as many slip-ups, if you will, as Joe Biden. But for some reason, the press want to harp on Joe Biden and Joe Biden's age. Look, Donald Trump won the presidency, but then he lost it, which means there are people that were enamored with and voted for Donald Trump that didn't the second time around. The people that didn't vote for him the second time around, I don't think the majority of them are going to vote for him the third time around. Because I think that most people don't like to go back. And that's not just because it's Donald Trump or a Republican. I think people want to move forward.
Leslie Marshall, Democratic strategist, Fox News contributor, radio talk show host. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200, plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar-powered generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
What's up? This is Will.i.am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know that colon cancer affects the Black community at a higher rate. But there's hope. If you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now, because it's 91% beatable if detected early. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Lawyers for former President Trump say he is unable to come up with a $464 million bond in his New York civil fraud trial.
Trump's lawyers say they have asked 30 insurance companies to back the bond, but no insurance firm will take the risk. If Trump cannot come up with the cash in 7 days, New York Attorney General Letitia James, who brought the case, can legally start seizing and selling Trump's assets unless he is granted a stay until his appeals are exhausted.
Fox's Eric Shawn, the Supreme Court rules when public officials can block citizens for their posts on social media.
Justices appeared divided, some skeptical that the Biden administration violated First Amendment rights, even though 2 lower courts found the federal government appears to have violated constitutional protections.
Fox's Lydia Hu, America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
College basketball will be taking over headlines for the next 2 weeks as the NCAA tournament gets underway. One team that made the tournament, Duquesne, will be searching for a new coach in the very near future. Keith Dambrot just led Duquesne to the big dance for the first time in 47 years, and he announced his retirement on Monday following the end of the 2023-24 season. Dambrot has spent 22 years as a Division I coach and the last 7 as head coach at Duquesne. He was also the coach of St. Vincent St. Mary's High School in Akron, Ohio, where he coached NBA great LeBron James. Duquesne, an 11 seed, plays Thursday against 6 seed BYU. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
You know, sort of the old treat those as you were treated type thing. This is also ESPN, owners of the college football playoff, treating the Big Ten and the SEC like royalty and not particularly caring about the other ones. That leads to this, because ESPN values the Big Ten even though they don't have them, and they know this is their way to get the 2 or 3 best Big Ten teams at the end of the year. They understand the value of that Big Ten brand, and that's why everyone's going to get the same amount with the SEC and the Big Ten, and then everyone else sort of has to fight over scraps. I know the ACC and Big 12, and they had to get money, and some money is better than no money, but by signing into this, they have tipped over the first domino in what is going to lead to a complete split from the SEC and Big Ten and them taking whoever they want. Because this is a written admission that they are less than those 2 conferences. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philly police say they found a child's body inside a duffel bag in Mantua. The Supreme Court extends a block on police from arresting migrants suspected of illegally entering the country. And Princess Kate was reportedly seen out in public near London while the viral speculation continues about her health.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Carol Markowitz.
What's on your mind?
Quote, that war ended the way all the other wars have ended, with our closest ally saying that's enough, end quote. We're listening to a talk by Abraham Levine, speaker and digital content manager from the Alma Research and Education Center, a nonprofit dedicated to research and analysis of the security challenges Israel faces on its border with Lebanon. Levine is referring to the 2006 war Israel fought with Lebanon after Hezbollah launched a sneak attack on Israel, first launching rockets and then kidnapping 2 soldiers. If it sounds familiar, that's because it is. It's a cycle that Israel is forced to live through every few years. Suffer death and destruction, fight back, be told to stop it. Levine is giving this talk the day the Biden administration gingerly walked back their red line comments regarding the Israeli Defense Forces continuing on to Rafah. This time is unusual because Israel has taken the step of evacuating 80,000 people from their homes in the north after the October 7th attacks in the south. Will they ever go back? How? When? The phrase existential crisis is on everyone's lips. I had spent nearly a week in Israel, hearing the perspective on the ground from a range of people, experts and civilians alike. The trip featured wild emotional swings. We visited Hostage Square in Tel Aviv and spoke to families of those being held captive in Gaza. We walked among the memorials at the site of the Nova Music Festival, where teenagers out for a good time on a Friday night were slaughtered. It was sad and infuriating. Still, all around us is a country fully flourishing and alive. Israel goes through periods of relative quiet, but the last war is never really over. Leftists in the US and Europe brush off the Israeli deaths that happen at these incursions and try to make Israel's square peg fit into their round ideological hole. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recently called for overthrowing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, ostensibly because, quote, dangerous and inflammatory policies that test existing U.S. standards for assistance, end quote. But not a single leader in Israel or anywhere else would conduct a gentler war after the slaughtering of teenagers and the elderly in their homes and the kidnapping of babies still in their pajamas, or the continuing misconception that Israel's troubles are caused by their, quote, occupation of Gaza and the West Bank. When you listen to Israel's enemies speak, however, it's clear that what they want isn't a free Gaza or the West Bank, but an occupied, by them, Tel Aviv and Haifa. None of the murderers of October 7th shouted out Free Palestine. They called their parents and bragged about killing Jews. The point is not their freedom, it's Israeli destruction. Before the attacks on October 7th, Israel was in a very divided place with large weekly protests about judicial reform. Since then, the country has united, but obvious fractures remain. All over Tel Aviv, half of Netanyahu's face appears on billboards with the words, "You're the head, you're guilty," in Hebrew. Even what should be non-political becomes political. At Hostage Square, small protests have sprung up to pressure the Israeli government to make a deal, any deal, as long as the hostages are returned. This has caused a fracture even among hostage families. Some of them will understandably push for absolutely anything to bring their loved ones home. Others think the long-term strategy of the country needs to take precedence. There's a sense that Israel simply can't keep doing this every few years. Hamas needs to be dealt with in the south, and left only somewhat unsaid is that the north will ignite sooner rather than later as well. America looms large. Will their closest ally let them defend themselves, or will we cut them off from destroying their enemies and begin the cycle anew? Israelis are on the edge of their seats waiting to find out. This is Carol Markowitz, columnist at the New York Post and Fox News.
Pure Talk believes in American values and that free should mean exactly that, free. Well, switch to Pure Talk today and you'll get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. No 4-line requirement, no activation fees, just a Samsung that's built to last with a rugged screen, quick charging battery, and top-tier data security. Now, qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and, of course, mobile hotspot. Now, Pure Talk will connect you to the most dependable 5G network in America for half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. The average family saves close to $1,000 a year. So let Pure Talk's expert U.S. customer service team help you make the switch today. It's simple, it's fast, it's easy. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone, and start saving on wireless today. Again, from your phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
Start April the right way with some Phillies baseball when the Reds come to town on Monday, April 1st and Tuesday, April 2nd, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 3rd at 1:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. It will be double the fun at CBP on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO nights when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Don't miss out on April 2nd and April 16th, both at 6:40. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Resolve all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, March 19th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Tuesday show. It is a historical, monumental day for free speech and a lot of I told you so's. Gregory, good morning. How are you?
Hey, buddy. How are you? I got to say, I was watching last night. So I usually don't watch regular TV, like network TV. Oprah Winfrey did a weight loss special last night where she was talking about the struggles of weight and how the society shames fat people. And she did it in front of a studio audience and told her story about how the first time she saw herself on the TV Guide cover. And Mr. Blackwell, remember Mr. Blackwell? He used to do best dressed and worst dressed. And he said something about how she was dumpy and frumpy. And that's
got to be 35, 40 years ago, right?
Yeah, it was 1990.
Okay.
So that's when she realized that she was fat.
Overweight, yeah.
And hence the ballooning of her weight up and down and up and down.
I mean, she's been battling weight since she was battling Phil Donahue in the TV ratings wars.
It was fascinating to see, honestly, because she's very captivating. Like she's very comfortable in front of a camera, in front of a studio audience. But boy, it was. I'm still trying to figure out what I saw last night.
And what channel was this on?
It was on ABC.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was. I don't know.
So now we know how you spent your Monday night. I was watching wrestling and all sorts of other nonsense. Tried to get away from the news because there is so much of it, and we have a lot to get to this morning. I will try to make it through the show. I don't know if I've got like post-nasal drip or a little strep or something.
A little strep? I don't think you have a little strep, can you?
I don't know. I've got tea. I've got throat lozenges.
Take Advil.
I've got like something running down the back of my throat like a faucet. It's kind of annoying. But we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
All right. A lot of good things to get to today. Massive First Amendment case when it comes to free speech with the Supreme Court. That'll be the big take this morning. And wait until you hear what the chief concern is for the newest member of SCOTUS. This will make you like want to go insane and rip off your ears and I just go completely postal that one of the 9 Supreme Court justices actually had the audacity to say what she said yesterday. We'll get to that. We also have proof of election interference, not just in 2020, but since 2008, courtesy of a media watchdog company. Also, Keith Olbermann. It might be time to put him in a straitjacket. We'll get to that. A study confirms that wokeness is actually a disease.
Yeah.
Something we've also been telling you for a long time. And speaking of SCOTUS, we will get to Texas and the border. Very busy time of the year for the Supreme Court as they will have a lot of monumental landmark cases in front of them before they break for the summer. Also, Neil Young returning to Spotify after his Joe Rogan boycott.
Wait. Joe Rogan is still on Spotify, though.
That's correct.
Okay, but he's not exclusive, so...
But Neil's picked up the ball and he's come back home to Spotify.
Of course, because if you want people to hear your music, you have to go where the people are.
That's correct. Plus, we have a loaded cut sheet and much more, including some clips of the interview, the debut, the first and only episode of the Don Lemon Show with Elon Musk. So this will be a loaded show. All right, 6:06. Let's get to a Tuesday edition of The Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, The Big Take this morning is brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take, SCOTUS, social media, speech, and sue. Lost in all of the mainstream hysteria from Donald Trump's bloodbath comments, taken out of context over the weekend, and the Fani Willis ruling on Friday is perhaps the most important First Amendment case of free speech in modern American history. I'm not embellishing here. On Friday, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that members of the public can, in certain cases, sue government officials who either block or mute them on social media. So you, the citizens of America, who elect these public officials and pay their salaries, can't be silenced by them on your social media platform of choice. The justices determined that whether a lawsuit is justified will depend not only on who the blocker is, but whether they acted using an official account where government business is conducted. So politician X with his official verified government Twitter feed, for example. According to NBC News, Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote in the ruling that social media accounts be viewed as official channels of communication when the user, quote, possessed actual authority to speak on the state's behalf and, quote, purported to exercise that authority. Quote, in some circumstances, the post's content and function might make the plaintiff's argument a slam dunk, such as when the account is marked as official. The ruling comes in response to two cases out of Michigan and California. One where a school district board of trustees members were blocking parents from commenting on their Facebook page and Twitter posts. The lower courts sided with the parents. In the other case, a city manager, a woman who posted criticism in response to his explanation of the city's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, the lower court sided with the government official. One ruling in favor of the citizens, one in favor of the government. Now enter the Supreme Court of the United States. Yesterday was a huge day for the court of last resort and the highest court of the land. Ketanji Brown Jackson is a Biden appointee to the Supreme Court. I want you to listen to this absolutely insane explanation as she says that she is concerned that the Constitution is limiting the power of the government. Listen and watch this.
Justice Jackson?
So my biggest concern is that your view has the First Amendment hamstringing the government in significant ways in the most important time periods. I mean, what would you have the government do? I've heard you say a couple times that the government can post its own speech, but in my hypothetical, kids, this is not safe, don't do it, is not going to get it done. And so I guess some might say that the government actually has a duty to take steps to protect the citizens of this country, and you seem to be suggesting that that duty cannot manifest itself in the government encouraging or even pressuring platforms to take down harmful information. So can you help me? Because I'm really worried about that because you've got the First Amendment operating in an environment of threatening circumstances from the government's perspective, and you're saying that the government can't interact with the source of those problems.
And Your Honor, I understand that instinct, and I guess what I tell you is
that audio from oral arguments in the pending landmark case of Murphy v. Missouri. Is Ketanji Brown Jackson brain dead? The whole point of the First Amendment in the Bill of Rights is to prevent the government from stifling the speech of its citizens. And she's concerned about this. I don't like social media bans at all. Censorship, suppression, especially over the last 3 or 4 years with what happened on Twitter prior to Elon Musk purchasing it and rebranding it as X. But those Silicon Valley big tech social media giants, they can absolutely cancel you as a private company. But the government, as the founding fathers instructed and intended in the First Amendment, cannot. It is patently absurd that supposedly one of the 9 sharpest legal minds on the planet is having a hard time comprehending this. Legal scholar Jonathan Turley of Fox News had a great thread on social media yesterday as he chronicled the legal proceedings in real time as they unfolded. He tweeted the following: "The oral arguments in Murphy v. Missouri are about to begin on the censorship of social media by the government. It could prove one of the most important free speech cases in the history of the court." Brian Fletcher was first up for the Biden administration to seek to defend the role of government in working to censor social media. Justice Sotomayor had a great question to the government on why an injunction to prevent it from coercing companies or speakers is a material injury to the government. Turley goes on to say, and he continues, Justice Alito just dropped a haymaker. Quote from Alito, "Wow, I cannot imagine federal officials taking that approach to the print media. If you did that to them, what do you think the reaction would be? Would you try to do this to the New York Times?" End quote. Well, Justice Alito, Nick Kayal, can sit here and answer that for you. No, they would not. The Biden administration would never censor the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, or MSNBC. They would never pressure or coerce any left-wing media outlet or publication. Just those who are free thinkers, free speech absolutists, conservatives, Republicans, and those who might be or are skeptical of their government. Now, for a different point of view, the Associated Press arrived at this conclusion yesterday. Quote, Supreme Court seems favorable to Biden administration over efforts to combat social media posts. The AP writes the following. The justices seemed broadly skeptical during nearly 2 hours of arguments that a lawyer from Louisiana, Missouri, and other parties presented, accusing officials in the Democratic administration of leaning on the social media platforms to unconstitutionally squelch conservative points of view when it pertains to COVID-19 and election security, end quote. The court's decision in this and other social media cases could set standards for free speech moving forward in the digital age. The states argue that the White House communication staffers, the Surgeon General, the FBI, and the U.S. Cybersecurity Agency are among those who coerce changes in online content on social media platforms. And look, we know this to be true and to be a practice that this administration has used in the past. Look no further than the Hunter Biden laptop story in the New York Post and the lack of dissemination of the story on social media. Quote, it is a very, very threatening thing when the federal government uses the power and authority of the government to block people from exercising their freedom of speech. That was Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill, who said that in a video that her office posted online. Free speech advocates say the court should use this case to draw an appropriate line between the government's acceptable use of the bully pulpit and coercive threats to free speech. The government has no authority to threaten platforms into censoring protected speech. That is also from the Missouri Attorney General. A decision in this monumental landmark case is expected by early summer. So the left likes to call it content moderation. I like to call it the stifling of free speech and the squelching of the marketplace of ideas. Others also call it election interference. The left will call the book bans by Republicans as censorship and the suppression of free speech. But if you actually do your research, the actual reality is this. They just want to move the sexually explicit books from one room to another to protect children and minors from this perversion. If you think things are going to cool down this summer, you are sadly mistaken. Free speech in the digital age on the line this summer with the Supreme Court of the United States. And it's just heating up. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by United Tire. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you now through April 2nd. All tires are on sale, plus extra savings of $80 on all Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And of course, you can get us on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll get some thoughts and reaction to that on the other side, as well as a very interesting revelation. Once again, we were right. The details on the election interference that's been going on since 2008. How about that? Kayal and Company. Back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It all starts on Thursday, 12:15. The men's college basketball tournament in March. You know what it is. For legal reasons, I can't say it. From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March. But sometimes you're on the wrong end of those moments. Hopefully you filled out your bracket. That's why FanDuel is giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March 20th. That's tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. So you can't lose. You can even use your no-sweat bet on a college basketball parlay. I love the FanDuel app. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg if you don't already have an account. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Molly Malloy's Kitchen and Bar is located at Center Court in the historic Reading Terminal Market. Featuring a private bar, diner seating, and a great view of the market scene. Molly Malloy's uses fresh ingredients, like produce from the Iovine brothers, along with other market vendors. From cheesesteaks made with center-cut ribeye on seeded Sarcones rolls, fresh biscuits made for breakfast sandwiches, or 35 beers, ciders, and Prosecco on tap. Molly Malloy's in the Reading Terminal Market has a little something for everyone. Go to MollyMalloysPhilly.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get ready for spring weather with njdiet.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath,
feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, I'm excited. The Eagles' home opener is in Brazil.
Jalen Hurts can't read defenses in English. How the heck's he going to read them in Portuguese?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So broken hearted, love wasn't much of a friend of mine. The tables have turned, yeah, and caused me and then ways that parted. That kind of love was the killing kind. So listen.
Kayal and Company as we roll on live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker. Dawn will be along shortly. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube.
What time do we start? Oh, sorry.
Let me check.
We start at 6 a.m. I joke. I kid.
All sorts of good stuff today. I can't believe that I am living in a world where a Supreme Court justice is literally concerned over the First Amendment making it harder for the government to censor speech. That is literally the point of the First Amendment, so that we, the people, can share our points of view. Because, you know, we say this all the time. Everybody has a podcast these days. Everybody has a YouTube channel. But the reality is most people do not. So since most people don't have a platform like a radio show, a TV show, a podcast, a YouTube channel, how do you voice your opinion in the modern digital age? You go to social media. You download Twitter. You download Facebook. You download Instagram, whatever, Truth, Rumble, and you go on there and you share your views. Whether somebody likes it or not, whether it's partially true or not, the government should never be able to step in and sit there and say, hey, Twitter, I need you to ban this person or block this hashtag or shut this down because it goes against our preferred agenda. Yet that is what we have going on here. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is the newest appointed member of the Supreme Court under President Joe Biden, 53 years old. Oh, by the way, Harvard educated, both undergrad and law school. So I got to tell you, even more of a reason to dislike Harvard University. They've had a ton of bad press in the last 6 months, going back to October or November when we had the Claudine Gay situation with everything going on in the Middle East. And now you have Ketanji Brown Jackson throwing up this stink bomb yesterday at this oral argument, which so many people were just flabbergasted by, that she actually had the nerve to say, basically, we need more government intervention when it comes to you peasants and peons sharing your views on social media. So if you have thoughts on that, you can certainly jump in at 855-839-1210. I mean, let's face it, this is a free speech station, and many of you, not all of you, but many of you, I think, in this audience usually reach out to us via Twitter or the YouTube chat or some means of electronic communication. And your government wants to make it more difficult for you to share views that don't align let's call it what it is, with the left or with big tech.
Do you want to hear more from Ketanji Brown Jackson? 'Cause we do have more from her.
Okay.
Phil, if you want to grab cut 9 here, she says that there may be circumstances in which the government could prohibit certain speech on the internet or otherwise. Cut 9, Phil, go.
Well, whether or not the government can do this is something I took up with Mr. Fletcher, depends on the application of our First Amendment jurisprudence, and there may be circumstances in which the government could prohibit certain speech on the internet or otherwise. I mean, do you disagree that we would have to apply strict scrutiny and determine whether or not there is a compelling interest and how the government has tailored its regulation?
Certainly, Your Honor. I think at the end of every First Amendment analysis, you'll have the strict scrutiny framework in which, in some national security hypos, for example, the government may well be able to demonstrate a compelling interest, may well be able to demonstrate.
All right, so not every situation in which the government engages in conduct that ultimately has some effect on on speech necessarily becomes a First Amendment violation, correct?
Maybe not necessarily, Your Honor. I guess the top line question I would ask is, has the government set out to abridge the freedom of speech? And in this case, you see that time and time again, because if you control
That's not the test for First Amendment violations.
Your Honor, this flows from the plain text of the First Amendment, right?
No, I understand, but we have a test for a determination of whether or not the First Amendment is actually violated. So in certain situations, the government can actually require that speech be suppressed if there's a compelling interest, right?
It can, Your Honor, and I guess what I would say is that the courts below never got to strict scrutiny because the government never raised this. This has never been litigated. The question in this case is whether at the front end the government itself has undertaken
action. Is the coercion, is the state action, right? That's the question in this case.
And I would urge the court to address the state action issue just like you addressed it in Bantam Books. Use that term 4 times in Bantam Books.
And could I just understand, because it seems like an extremely expansive argument, I must say.
There you go.
So let's break down compelling governmental interest. I don't know about you, but if the government says this is our compelling interest, that should scare the you-know-what out of you. So let's go through some maybe compelling governmental interests, like Russia, or 100% safe and effective. Hunter's laptop was Russian disinformation. COVID came from a wet market. The 2020 election was the most secure U.S. election of all time. Very fine people. The border is secure. Jim Crow 2.0. Inflation is transitory. Zelensky is Churchill. Defund the police for safer streets. On and on and on and on down the list. Defenders of democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. Are those the compelling governmental interests that Ketanji Brown Jackson and other members of the Supreme Court of the United States are trying to ensure the protection of against the speech of American citizens on social media? Are those the ones we're referring to? I'm just thinking out loud here. 855-839-1210, the number. But from the book of We Told You So, very interesting story that came out yesterday as the headline on many sites, Google has interfered with elections 41 times over the last 16 years. That according to Media Research Center. I thought this was very compelling, not just from a 2020 standpoint, but we're going to go back to 2016. We're also going to go back to 2012, and we will look at 2008 as well. This story, Fox News and the New York Post with this. Google has interfered with major elections in the United States 41 times over the last 16 years. Quote, MRC researchers have found 41 times where Google interfered in elections over the last 16 years, and its impact has surged dramatically, making it ever more harmful to democracy. Quote, in every case, Google harmed the candidates, regardless of party, who threatened its left-wing candidate of choice. That is a quote from MRC Free Speech America Vice President Dan Schneider and editor Gabriella Paraso, which they wrote in a summary of their findings. Quote, from the mouths of Google executives, the tech giant let slip what was never meant to be made public, that Google uses its, quote, great strength and resources and reach to advance its leftist values. They continued, quote, Google's outsized influence on information technology, the body politic, and American elections became evident way back in 2008 after failing to prevent then candidate for President Donald Trump from being inaugurated following the 2016 election. Google has made since clear to any discerning observer that it has been and will continue interfering in America's elections, end quote. Google issued a pushback insisting, quote, that it has a clear business incentive to keep both sides happy and that safeguards ensure non-biased and accurate search results. Although that is not true, according to MRC Free Speech America, as they also point out that Google's artificial intelligence, Gemini, quote, refuses to answer questions that are damaging pertaining to President Joe Biden. And then lastly, just to show you their research, going back the last 4 election cycles for the general election, the group's research found that from 2008 to 2024, just last month actually, February of 2024, that Google has utilized its power to help push to electoral victory, quote, the most liberal candidates, regardless of party. And by the way, this does not mean just Republicans are being censored. I will explain in a moment. While targeting the opponents of the most liberal candidate for censorship. Examples include appearing to favor Barack Obama over John McCain in 2008, favoring Barack Obama over Mitt Romney in 2012, refusing to correct a Google bomb, not even sure what that is, a Google bomb that smeared then leading GOP primary candidate for president Rick Santorum, local guy, using its algorithm to exclude autofill results that were potentially damaging to Hillary Clinton in 2016, and not doing the same for then candidates Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. So Bernie's on the wrong end of the censorship stick and working with partners to help likely pro-Clinton Latino voters go to the polls that same year. And then lastly, another example cited by the MRC included, and maybe this is why she's left the Democratic Party and would be Trump's VP if offered the position, they disabled Tulsi Gabbard's ad account just as she became the most searched candidate in Google history following the first Democratic Party primary debate in 2020. Also suppressing news critical of Joe Biden, concealing most Republican campaign websites for the 12 competitive Senate races in 2022. We recall the midterms of 2 falls ago, the red wave that never was, and aiding Joe Biden in 2024 by burying in its search results the campaign websites of every one of his significant opponents. So when we talk about election interference, rigged elections, or anything like that, this, I think, is where you have a legitimate, provable gripe. This is where you sit there and you say, well, you have a media watchdog company in Media Research Center, the MRC, that goes through all of these analytical data points, and they go in and they say, well, something looks off here. The algorithms seem heavily skewed in one direction or the other. And ask yourself the question, why is it that everybody who is super left or is the leading liberal candidate is placed high and mighty, and everybody else, whether you're Republican or you're a Bernie Sanders, you're a Tulsi Gabbard or somebody else that is not the preferred choice of big tech, mainstream media, on down the list, why are they so suppressed and buried? Tulsi Gabbard, the most searched ever on Google from the Democratic Party primary from 4 years ago, and she gets disabled on social media. There you go. There's your proof. We have a lot more of the I told you so's coming up as well. Just to quickly wrap up the segment, I do want to give 2 updates on the Trump front. First of all, Trump came out yesterday after our conversation on this show, as we were talking a ton about the bloodbath comments when Mary was in yesterday for Dawn, and Trump has come out and posted on social media the following. This was on Truth. Quote, the fake news media and their Democrat partners in the destruction of our nation pretended to be shocked at my use of the word bloodbath, even though they fully understood that I was simply referring to imports allowed by crooked Joe Biden, which are killing the automobile industry. Trump went on to say that the United Auto Workers, but not their leadership, fully understand what I mean. Trump continued by saying yesterday on Truth Social, with the electric car mandate being pushed by Biden, there soon won't be any cars made in the USA unless I'm elected president, in which case auto manufacturing will thrive like never before. Hashtag MAGA 2024. That was from Trump on Truth. And then also the other update. Remember on Friday, Fonnie Willis, we found out that Scott McAfee, the judge in the Fulton County case, basically said, we're going to split the baby here. We're going to give Fonnie Willis an ultimatum. Either you step down and resign from the case, or you fire your boyfriend, Nathan Wade. We know that she fired Nathan Wade. And I asked, yesterday on air, just, kind of speaking out loud, I wonder if the Trump camp will appeal. Well, Trump and his co-defendants have requested to appeal the Georgia judge's ruling to keep Fonnie Willis on the case. The motion was filed yesterday on behalf of Trump and several of the co-defendants, including Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Robert Cheeley, Michael Roman, David Schaefer, Harrison Floyd, and Kathleen Latham. They go on to say in their motion, in its order, the court found that District Attorney Fonnie Willis's actions had created an appearance of impropriety and an odor of mendacity that lingers in this case, as well as the continuing possibility that an outsider could reasonably think that District Attorney Willis is not exercising her independent professional judgment totally free of any compromising influences, the motion states. Despite this, the court declined to disqualify District Attorney Willis, finding that eliminating only the special assistant district attorney would cure the lingering appearance of impropriety. The motion adds that defendants believe that the relevant case law requires dismissal of the case, or at the very least, the disqualification of the district attorney and her entire office under the facts that exist here. Lastly, saying, given these facts and the current state of case law, the Court of Appeals should speak definitively to this outcome determinative issue now. So we'll see. I don't think that upon appeal this will work. I personally think she should be removed from the case. I think she perjured herself. I think her lack of objectivity as an officer of the court is seriously in doubt here. And the Trump team will request that appeal.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to work.
Any chance they had of getting her out of there was thrown out by this judge.
I would agree.
We knew that there was going to be some sort of an appeal on this, and that's really what it is. But
yeah.
I don't think it's going to be
And we said
successful.
We said this for weeks on the show.
Yeah.
I mean, we were like, well, Judge McAfee has donated to Fonnie Willis's campaign. He has also donated to Brian Kemp for governor. So he has given some money to Democrats. He's given some money to Republicans, very small denominations. I think the Fonnie Willis donation was like $150.
Yeah.
It was very minuscule. But this guy, as we mentioned yesterday, I think Mary made a really good point that Scott Willis is up for re-election as a judge.
He is.
And he's in blue Fulton County.
Yep.
Politics.
It's 100% politics. And, we played that clip yesterday of Simone Sanders on MSNBC basically saying that it's racist and it's sexist, that it's not the media creating this narrative.
No.
It's the fact that she was banging Nathan Wade.
She could have had sex with any man on the planet, just not Nathan Wade.
It's unbelievable. But it's our fault for bringing it up.
Right. I'm sexist, I'm racist because you slept with the one guy, in this case, you should have no personal relationship with.
I would like to say it one more time too. We were the only show, I believe, that over the last couple of weeks said on these airwaves that it was not a slam dunk that Fonnie Willis was going to be removed from this. When everybody else was saying, "Yep, she's off, off, it's done, the Georgia case is done," we said, "Hold on, just make sure you don't don't get ahead of yourself." So. A lot of times when people get mad at us for saying things or how can you say that? I can't believe you say that. We're just telling you how we feel, and we're telling you the truth.
Yeah.
We're telling you the truth. And I know that's not what a lot of people on Twitter do these days. They like to tell you things you want to hear, so you click and you watch their videos.
Are you saying there's social media grifters out there?
I'm just saying that there's a lot of people that I'm not naming any names, but take one anecdotal person and say something to the effect of, well, she voted for Barack Obama, or she voted for Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and this year she's voting for Trump, so therefore Trump is going to win the election.
Right.
Is basically what this individual said.
Yeah.
And if you believe that, then you're gullible.
One person does not equal
exactly
the entire masses.
Now, I'm on a record right now saying on what's today, March 19th.
March 19th
of 2024, if the election was held today, I do believe Donald Trump would win. But there's a long time to go before November. A long time to go. So declaring it over in March of 2024 is foolish.
Yes. And also,
if you believe it, you're
learning from the polls of the last 2 years.
Exactly.
I mean, how many polls have been accurate in the last 2 years? If they're wrong again, and they're massively wrong again, I think we should just do away with all of them, right? I mean, they're not even. They shouldn't even be fodder for a talk show anymore.
Yeah.
I might not even acknowledge them in 2026 if I'm still alive.
Just be careful of the people you follow on Twitter, because a lot of them just want your clicks.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying.
855-839-1210. And as Greg says, that don't forget to click follow, click subscribe, and follow us on the Odyssey app and on YouTube and on Twitter and Instagram. We'll come back and get to one sick pup. He said a lot of things over the last handful of months or years that have made, you've kind of been wondering, does this guy need like an intervention? Does he need a straitjacket? Does he need counseling, medication? And I say that in all seriousness. I'm not mocking anybody that has any mental issue. But this guy is legitimately a sick pup. We'll give you the details as we wrap up the first hour. Next, here on Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Friends and Family Savings event is underway. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Calls me home and she says, baby, it's a lonely old night. I don't know, I'm just so scared and lonely all at the same time.
Kayal and Company as we continue. 6:50 live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker. Dawn will be along momentarily.
Yeah, for those worrying where she is, we're giving her a pass this morning.
Yes.
She'll be here. There was a reason she wasn't here yesterday. We're giving her a pass.
Yes. So go easy on her, folks.
Yes. We start at 6 a.m. We joke.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Yeah.
But we're not going to go easy on Keith Olbermann. Like, I have no problem if you don't like a politician. If you don't like Joe Biden, if you don't like Donald Trump, if you don't like Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, whatever, that's good. This is America. You can like and love and hate whoever you want. But I'm not in the business of rooting for anybody or hoping for anybody to be killed, okay? I'm not in the, I wouldn't mind if he was assassinated business.
Wow.
But Keith Olbermann actually is the washed-up, lonely hack, formerly of MSNBC and ESPN, who now lives in Central Park, New York, in a beautiful high-rise condo with a couple of cats and no female interaction. Just can't help but root for the demise of Donald Trump. And honestly, if you think about it, when we talk about TDS and Trump derangement syndrome, I don't know that anybody, even Nancy Pelosi, even Hillary Clinton, has it worse than Keith Olbermann. There's no vaccine for it. There's no booster. There's no holistic approach to cure yourself When you get it to the level of which Keith Olbermann has it, there is no hope for you, and he is hoping that Donald Trump ends up assassinated. Let me put it in the proper context for you. As Olbermann, he was referring to the Biden-Harris X account, flagging a clip of Trump saying that he has been persecuted worse than any president in history, including Abraham Lincoln. Quote, Trump says he has been treated worse than Abraham Lincoln, who was assassinated, the Biden campaign account posted on their Twitter feed on Saturday, to which Keith Olbermann linked the post and replied saying, there's always the hope. Olbermann, obviously a far-left personality known for his anti-Trump rhetoric and inflammatory comments, has also, as we've talked about the Supreme Court a lot lately, recently called for the dissolution of the Supreme Court. So, you're not talking about defunding the police. We're not talking about getting rid of the FBI. We're talking about dissolving the highest court in the land, all because Keith Olbermann didn't like the fact that they ruled 9-zip in favor of Trump remaining on the ballot. To which, after Olbermann made this post, one account responded to Olbermann's post, suggesting that the commentator's account should be, quote, permanently suspended for appearing to endorse someone killing Donald Trump. Now, I don't know if that rises to the level of being booted from social media. I just know that you have to be a sick individual. As much as I dislike Joe Biden, I think he's a fraud of a person, as a lot of politicians are. I think his policies are atrocious. Do I laugh when he trips over a sandbag? Yes. Do I want Joe Biden to be killed? No. Do I want Joe Biden to die? No. Do I want Joe Biden to be hurt or to be sick or to be terminally ill? No. I don't wish any ill will on any politician, regardless of how much I dislike and or maybe even hate some of them. But Keith Olbermann, can you get it together, brother? Like, I mean, as somebody who grew up in the 90s thinking you and Dan Patrick and Tony Bruno and some of the original ESPN entertainers were who I aspired to. Like, I was like, man, I would love to be Keith Olbermann one day. How great is this? He sits in front of a television prompter and goes over the highlights from last night's football games. I would kill to do that. That's not work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a skill set, but it's not work.
Yeah.
And he's just devolved into a guy who is, I don't, you know, there's a lot of left-wingers out there that can gain employment. I don't even think he's employable.
No, there's zero chance he is.
I don't think there's a network with any credibility that would say, hey, let's bring in Keith on a one-year deal.
He does a podcast, which I'm sure you can get on any place that you get podcasts, but no, there's no company, I believe, that would hire him because he's a look what he's saying.
I know.
I mean,
and he doesn't look healthy either.
No.
Looks like he hasn't gotten outside in 4 years.
Yeah, I know.
What a deranged guy.
Yeah.
I hope Donald Trump gets assassinated. There's always hope he could be the next Abraham Lincoln. Okay.
You would think he would get flagged for that, but I guess not, huh?
Yeah. I mean, people want him suspended. We'll see if Elon Musk does anything about it. But I'm not really sure if it rises to the level of banning because me personally, I'm at the point where I'm just anti-ban, but just ignore him, just mute him, and maybe I won't even bring him up on the show anymore.
There you go.
There we go. All right. Hour 2 is on the way and more, I told you so's, as a study confirms that woke people are more likely to be unhappy, anxious, and depressed, a new study suggests. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next.
In these unusual economic times, do you wonder what to do with your money? If you have questions about retirement planning, IRAs, 401ks, tax planning, or any other type of question, then listen to The Heart of Your Money. Heard every Sunday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, featuring noted author and financial expert Joe Yakovich. The Heart of Your Money will focus on you, your family, and the best ways for you to navigate your financial portfolio. That's every Sunday, 9 to 10 a.m., The Heart of Your Money with Joe Yakovich, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Joe Yakovich is registered with and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC.
Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 6th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny.
Hysterical.
I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 6th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, it is hour number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Listen to the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, 1210WPHT.com. Don't know how you consume the show, but we know you are because...
By the way, guys, another good month.
Another good month yesterday.
Good job, by the way.
Crushing it. Reestablishing benchmarks, raising the bar. That's what we do.
No down demo, as they say, for the people in the business. It's good. No down demo.
Yes.
Only up demos.
That's correct. Up, and away we go, like a rocket ship. Like Sean Farash would say when he's imitating Trump. Up. We just keep going up like a rocket ship. That's why I don't do impression, folks. That's why we bring on Sean. Dawn is with us this morning.
By the way, don't forget about Friday. This Friday.
The
Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. All day. We'll
12
be raising,
hours.
Yeah, 13 hours.
13.
You ready for that?
I'm sticking around, I think, until the schedule says 5. Which is a boost from last year because I only did 5 or 6 hours last year.
Yeah, there's going to be some combination of all of us on all day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to chopping it up with everybody.
I think in the morning it's going to be me, you, Dawn, Zioli.
Yep.
Until 9.
And then there's a stretch where I'm with Dom.
Yeah.
And then there's a stretch where I'm with, I think, Rich and is it either Dan or one of the producers. It's going to be fun.
And then Dawn's on with Dom, and it's a whole day. We're mixing it up.
Yes,
giving some people some new stuff.
Exactly,
and raising money for a good cause. So please open your wallets or your debit cards, or whatever you use your payment on.
Skip your mortgage for the month and give it to TMF.
No, seriously though, we want to beat last year's number.
Yes,
that's my goal.
100 grand plus this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
There you go.
Be generous, please.
Yes. Good morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Good to have you back. I want to get your thoughts a little bit later on the Bloodbath media bias by omission commentary coming up in a little bit because I thought about you all weekend as I was watching that clip. I'm like, this might be the biggest example of what Dawn talks about all the time, but we'll get to that coming up. Are we all good? Ready for the news?
Sure.
All right. Here's the great Dawn Stenzel. How do I normally say it? Dawn Stenzel at 7:03.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. A chilly day ahead, so make sure that you grab a winter coat as you head out the door this morning. We are sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Philadelphia police releasing new information today about 2 suspects in a shooting that left a 17-year-old Imhotep Charter High School student dead. We've been talking about this shooting as it's one of those that is unsolved. So now they've released this new video for us, and the 2 suspects, 2 gunmen wanted in that March 4th quintuple shooting that killed Damon Taylor. As we've been talking about, several other people were wounded when those gunshots were fired, really sprayed, if you will, at that bus stop in the city's Ogons neighborhood. So police are pointing to these new released images. One of the suspects is wearing a particular black hooded sweatshirt that says, "Don't get emotional. It's only broken promises" on the back, and then the word emotional on the front. Gunmen are wearing masks, so you can't really see them. So they're hoping that maybe this sweatshirt, it's a colorful word emotional on the front, and then all black background on the hoodie. The second gunman on the video is seen wearing a light-colored hooded jacket, dark-colored pants. Again, they're both wearing masks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're hoping, that can lead them. There's a $20,000 reward that remains for information leading to the arrest of these 2 shooters.
Well, at least they're being courteous when they wear a mask. They're trying to stop the spread and make sure nobody contracts anything as they commit their crimes. It's good work out of these people.
Yeah. So we talked about the week of 2 weeks ago when we had 11 school children shot. So this continues as we still are searching for these suspects. We also have a woman this is Falls Township. We've talked about this from over the weekend. Nancy Daniel, she's speaking out after she was really fighting off this gunman who's accused of killing 3 people, including his own 13-year-old sister, before carjacking a driver and then speeding off to New Jersey over the weekend. And so we're hearing for the first time some of those harrowing details. She was inside that home on Edgewood Lane, and that was when police say the suspect, 26-year-old Andre Gordon Jr., broke in, killed 25-year-old Daniel Taylor, who is the mother of his 2 daughters. And it's just a horrifying situation that made national, really international news.
Yeah, I can't recall, and maybe you would know better than I would, having shelter-in-place orders in Bucks County in back-to-back days.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost unheard of.
It really is.
Yeah.
As we just try to unwind, the whole situation as authorities continue to investigate. As far as Andre Gordon in Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side, facing murder, burglary, assault charges, multiple other criminal charges. And then on the New Jersey side, he faces 7 charges, including first-degree carjacking, second-degree possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose, and as well second-degree unlawful possession of a firearm, among the others. But it's a horrifying situation as we think about this, where police were trying to catch this guy, and then a 2-state crime spree like this. We also have, as well, we have in Philadelphia, as we talk about a child, and Philadelphia police releasing some new details on this one, with a small child found dead inside a duffel bag. This is in the Mantua section of Philadelphia. City workers say they found that small child stuffed inside a duffel bag, and that was in the Mantua section. That was made yesterday, 600 block North 38th Street. You can't even imagine these, city workers. They're on the job, and they open up the bag and find out what appears to be, the remains of a child between 2 and 4 years old. As they continue to just try to investigate this one.
Oh, that's awful.
Horrifying.
I remember, not to be too graphic or make people nauseous or anything like that, but when my wife was a social worker in Northampton County, she had a horrible, horrible case where a mother with a newborn, I think it was under 2 years old, there was a sports bar up in the Lehigh Valley that used to get very busy in the summer when the Eagles used to go up to camp at Lehigh University in Bethlehem. And the mom ended up discarding her child in the bathroom of a restaurant. I don't want to name the restaurant because it's still in business, but left the baby to die in a stall in the bathroom.
Oh, my God.
I'm having flashbacks to that story as you're talking about the child in a duffel bag.
Horrible.
These people, if they killed their child and left their child like this, they deserve to go out the same way the kid did.
Well, and they're just trying to determine the cause of death here.
Yeah.
So that's to your point. So the Mega Millions jackpot is already at an estimated $875 million for tonight's drawing, after no tickets matched the last time, which was Friday night. Monday night's Powerball jackpot, $687 million. But if you live in Pennsylvania, you will not be able to buy tickets in the state today, as the Pennsylvania Lottery undergoes a system upgrade.
Oh, we don't have a backup system?
No, I guess not. So this is bizarre to me. So I guess that would increase your odds. Instead of 1 in 10 gazillion, it would be, 1 in, I'm looking up the odds. I guess you have 1 in $302.6 million chance.
So are we going to play? We're going to play as a show? We'll get some tickets as soon as we're able to purchase them again?
So those are the increased odds. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And aside of Bidenomics, as 2 big chocolate companies, Hershey and Cadbury, yes, Bidenomics, they are looking to make price hikes amid the cocoa surge, and Easter just around the corner.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Chocolateflation.
So, yeah, they're looking at all the CEOs are speaking out. It looks like chocolate prices.
Well, that's
are
not
going up.
That's not going to sit well with Joe. He might have to release a new video on TikTok talking about the surging prices, because he's like, he enjoys snacks for the big game too.
He's the big guy.
He's the big guy watching the big game.
We are sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. They are the people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. So call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount here. Visit amcontheweb.com. amcontheweb.com. As far as your forecast, we are looking at a chilly week ahead after enjoying some spring-like temperatures and well above normal temperatures. You might say we're back to normal. So unfortunately, sorry, it's a chilly week ahead as we're just barely coming out of the 40s. Bright sunny skies this morning, but right now 35 degrees with the wind chill. Feels like 27 degrees. The high today just 49. Tomorrow, warmest day of the week for your Wednesday, 58 degrees. But then we're back now into the mid 40s for Thursday. So bundle up as you head out the door. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So it has been a whirlwind couple of days since last Friday. As we mentioned yesterday in the Big Take, got into a little bit deeper conversation about Fani Willis remaining on the case. That ruling coming down Friday. If you recall, it came down around 9:02, 9:03 on this show. And we were in the middle or just the beginning of our interview with Sean Farish. And then on Saturday, as Trump is doing his rally in Ohio, he uses the word bloodbath. If Joe Biden gets reelected and if Donald Trump loses the election, it will be a bloodbath for the automobile industry. And of course, we talked about this a ton yesterday. The mainstream media and all the publications, all the TV channels, all the outlets ran with it, saying that if Trump doesn't get elected again, it will be a bloodbath. This is what authoritarians do. He's Hitler. And, Dawn, we've talked about media malpractice, media bias by omission, and there have been many great examples that illustrate the way the left will manipulate, twist, and contort and take things out of context. But as I saw that clip Saturday night on social media, and I wrote the Big Take on Sunday, and we talked about it yesterday, I kept thinking of you because I'm like, this is exactly what Dawn talks about, except the bloodbath context was so out of context that it was actually shocking and surprising that they went that far. Because we played the clips yesterday, and the one clip that the mainstream media was playing on Sunday morning shows was about 15 seconds, totally out of context. If you let it play for another 2 or 3 seconds, you see he's talking about the automobile industry. And this is the level of desperation. This is where they're at right now. And I was thinking of you. So I want to get your thoughts because it's your first chance to react since the weekend to the bloodbath hoax.
Well, Snopes, which is not necessarily a conservative site, I don't think, even Snopes was walking it back in fact checking. So I think that tells you a lot, does it not? That if they're saying, well, so even the people who are supposed to be the most critical, in these senses, they're looking at this going, I think they got it. Went a little too far. Didn't exactly. They're taking any word that he says now, I guess, and every word is a trigger. So the man, now they're just trying to shut down his speech.
Yes.
Or nitpick at every word.
That's correct. They are legitimately isolating one word because it is a very catchy word. You hear bloodbath in any context, and it's, we even showed you yesterday from Merriam-Webster.com, what the definition of bloodbath is, and the third option down in all the different definitions of it is the exact context in which Trump was using it when we talk about total economic upheaval for a specific industry or market, which he was obviously referring to when he was talking about the automobile industry with China, with Mexico, and with Joe Biden. And then the worst part of it all, now you know who's involved. Hillary Clinton had to get involved yesterday as she posted on her social media platform yesterday. I think it was her Instagram, something to the effect of, can you imagine using bloodbath in any context? And of course, we exposed the left and the mainstream media yesterday because we played you that montage yesterday in the cut sheet, about a 2-minute chunk of how many times mainstream media uses the term bloodbath. Oh, polling experts say that it's going to be a bloodbath for Democrats in the 2022 midterms. So it's okay when they use it in any context. Trump uses it in a legitimate context, and it's inflammatory. There's going to be bloodshed on the street, and I'm sure there were plenty of people out there saying, is Trump hinting at a civil war if he loses? If people can't see through it, I can't help them at this point anymore. I really can't.
Here's what Snopes wrote. The context of the remarks suggests Trump was predicting an economic bloodbath for the country, not a literal one if he loses the 2024 presidential election.
Yep.
They need Kamala Harris explaining it. No, he meant.
I got to use
I love Venn diagrams.
A Venn diagram to explain all of this for you. And then, of course, now you've got the new hashtag that's trending on X, Biden's border bloodbath, and all the killings and all of the heinous acts of individuals in this country illegally, like Laken Riley. There's your actual bloodbath. 855-839-1210. We will come back as a new study suggests what we all know. Woke people are not happy people. The data and the details coming up next. It's Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year when we need to really think about the lawn. Before you know it, the grass will be overgrown with weeds, taking away the beauty of your home. Swing into spring with Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Okay, this is not your one-size-fits-all lawn care company. Natural Lawn certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. They use exclusive organic-based fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls to give you the results you want and, of course, the peace of mind you deserve. Locally owned and family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, Natural Lawn is competitively priced and has a satisfaction guarantee. Get started today. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. You get free seeding every year, 800 free seed, or visit naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic based lawn care. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired, that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit pdqpos.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's that time of year. Cash the Ticket. Jim Costa with Mike Valeni. We shift the focus from football to college hoops, playing that system that's not a system, but sure plays like a system, leading up to the tournament. We're looking for that value with the daily dimes. We look for the gross lines, getting us ready for the tournament where we're going to break down all the matchups and have an eye on some future plays, too. This time of year, baby. Search Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you don't have consumer cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:23 on a super busy Tuesday. What's on the cut sheet? You will find out in just over 20 minutes' time. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Still ahead this morning, if you thought the Supreme Court was a little out of their mind when it comes to this landmark First Amendment free speech case, wait until you get the details on the Supreme Court's ruling on the Texas ban at the border to block Texas and their policing abilities to arrest illegal immigrants that come across. We'll get to that story coming up in a little bit. Also, Neil Young has reversed course. He's going back to Spotify after his 2-year Joe Rogan boycott. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But from the category of We Told You So, now there's actually a study and science that confirms this, as a new study reveals that woke people are more likely to be unhappy, anxious, and depressed, a new study suggests, as the pilot survey included 851 adult participants, most of whom were associated with the University of Turku, after finding out that there was initially 5,000 participants in multiple nations, according to the largest newspaper in Finland. So you had a bunch of psychological researchers in Finland that got together and they created an assessment to help measure an individual's commitment to the principles of social justice. And they made some surprising findings across the Finnish population, including a negative correlation between progressive ideals and levels of happiness. And their findings were as follows. In the end, their final critical social justice attitude scale identified 7 truisms of woke people. And we will go through these right now. The first one being, and by the way, this story's in the New York Post if you would like to read it, if white people have on average a higher level of income than black people, it is because of racism.
Yes.
That's the first truism of woke people, according to this study. Number 2, university reading lists should include fewer white or European authors. So no white authors. Hey, Whitey, if you wrote a book, you're out, okay? That's number 2. Number 3, and I love this phrase, microaggressions. Yeah. That's a new buzzword that corporations in their HR department love to use. Microaggressions. They should be challenged often and actively. Is that a threat of violence? Often and actively? I wonder. Trans women. Finding number 4. Trans women who compete with women in sports are not helping women's rights. That's a very interesting finding. The 5th one. We don't need to talk more about the color of people's skin. Number 6, a white person cannot understand how a black person feels equally well as another black person. Okay, so we can't understand their struggles. And then number 7, a member of a privileged group can adopt features or cultural elements of a less privileged group. Now, the gender divide, according to this study, was probably the most surprising, according to the researchers, as they found that 3 out of 5 women view woke ideas positively, but only 1 out of 7 men view that positively. So the finding here, to me, is what we've been long assuming in this country, and I would imagine that these stats probably cross over to the United States of America. Woke women are a major issue for Republicans, conservatives, and Donald Trump. We know that. The single, liberal, female, career-oriented, not married, without kids, is the bugaboo of the GOP, but also unhappy, have anxiety, and have depression. So hey, let's think about that for a moment. Woke people just seem miserable, right? Like they hate everything about America. America is such an awful place to live. It's the land of the oppressed. And they just want to undo everything just because they're not happy with where they are in their lives. And it's usually white elitist liberals that have this viewpoint, which is really weird because it's usually the white wealthy liberal that has a pretty darn good life, right? Yet they're just miserable for some unbeknownst reason to most of us with common sense. And then the study also confirms that these people have anxiety and depression. So from an anxiety standpoint, it seems to me, and this is just my observation of really observing the wokeism over the last 5 or 6 years in this country, is they always feel like they're being judged. They're always on edge, as if everybody's like staring at them, looking at them, this, that, or the other thing. And I'm like, I don't go through my life worrying about what other people think of me. But I think these people genuinely are obsessed with their own identity and how they are viewed by others that don't think like them, look like them, or act like them. And then the depression stuff, I think that part, and I know we try to avoid blaming everything on the pandemic and accelerating everything, but I do think the depression element of 2020, 2021, and even for some of those that still tried to like stay secluded in 2022, well after a vaccine was rolled out, well after mask mandates were laxed in some areas, I just think that these people became incredibly depressed, where they just view life as almost hopeless. And to me, that's such a loser mentality. Like, it's easier to play the victim card and expect to be handed things to you just based on 2 or 3 identity politics boxes, as opposed to saying, you know what, I'm just going to hike up my boots and I'm going to go out and I'm going to seize life by the you-know-what. Like, make life your you-know-what. Make life, it's your oyster, right? Go out there and make the most of it. So I found that study to be very, very interesting, just confirming what we all thought. And I thought the Finnish were nice, happy people.
I know. These are...
That's your people, isn't it?
Well, it is. It was, okay, it was published in the Journal of Psychology.
Yep.
But even though the Finnish are part of the Scandinavian team, they're the lesser of the 3.
They're the
I'm Norwegian and Swedish,
so
okay?
they're the deplorables.
No, I'm
the
teasing.
Finnish deplorables.
The first thing I thought of when I saw this study was, imagine the rebellion that's going to happen because all of these women, if they have kids, then their kids are going to grow up. It's not going to be Generation X or Generation Z. It's going to be generation. My mom was woke, and
That's Gen Alpha today,
right?
My kids are Gen Alpha. Yes,
but these kids of these women will rebel.
Mm-hmm.
You know how that whole thing with it all comes from your parents.
Yep.
So that's. I feel sad. I would love to know someday the study on the kids of these so-called woke women, but it's sad. And you have I think it explains why, truthfully, more and more guys are marrying women, going overseas, meeting women overseas in Europe or Ireland or any continent other than South America, Africa. They're going everywhere. They don't want to go. They don't want to meet an American woman because of this.
Or you just have to find like a American conservative female down in the South. Nice hot blonde who votes Republican, conservative values.
But how do you know?
They
moved from New York.
They're a lot more pleasant. Well, this is where you got to do your digging. You got to do your due diligence and your research. Right. There should be a single conservative female dating site for men out there. The men of their time, you know what? There it is. I'm going to create it, and I'm going to leave this company, and I'm going to be a billionaire. I'm going to create a dating app where you swipe and scroll for only single conservative women, and they have to be hot. And I'm going to help men out avoid woke females that are unhappy with anxiety and depression.
You probably should market it for conservative women because you'd be doing them the biggest favor, too.
I'm going to call it MAGA Mamas Only.
See?
How about that?
I love it.
There you go.
I love it.
Can you do the commercial for us?
I know, right? Like, Nick Kayal thought of this one day to help. No, but seriously, this is sad.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, I don't want to blame anything, but I do wonder the impact of social media on these women. And then think about, so how do we break the cycle other than Nick Kayal's, what are you going to call it again? Your
MAGA Mamas Only.
Yeah.
It's like Farmers Only, but it's for,
MAGA. But if they're, wait a minute, if they're single women, future MAGA mom, because they're not mamas yet.
Well, that's true.
Unless they're.
Well, they can have kids too.
You'd be inclusive of.
Yes, I have to be inclusive. I need my ESG score to be a little bit higher, Dawn. All right? I don't want to be shadow banned by Larry Fink of BlackRock and be tainted. 855-839-1210. All right, cut sheet in less than 15 minutes. We will get to the Neil Young story on the other side. After his 2-year boycott of Spotify, Neil Young says, you know what, I'm going to come on back and I'm done with my little beef with Joe Rogan and his right to free speech on his uber successful podcast. We'll get to that when we continue. Back after this, but first a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. If you watched on social media, just about 3 weeks ago, we dropped the debut episode of Kale Pool Karaoke, and we filmed it in a gorgeous 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. The thing I love about the Trail Sport edition of the Honda Pilot SUV is the ruggedness to it, the ability to go off-roading in all-terrain conditions, but also with a wife and with kids. You're going to want to have that third row seating, right? Maybe your son or your daughter, or you have multiple kids, have sporting events on the weekend. You got to load up the back with a bag of soccer balls or footballs or basketballs or golf clubs or whatever it might be, dance equipment, uniforms. You're going to want that third row, especially if you're bringing their friends or their friends are going out to dinner with you. You're going to want to have the luxury of third row seating. And with that comes a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And you can check out the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport at one of their 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop all their inventory at piazzaautogroup.com.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you love to do, everything you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us, so that you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, do whatever you want to do. You're going to move again pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. So take action right now. Live your best life this spring and summer. And by the way, it's a great use of your tax refund check. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Molly Malloy's Kitchen and Bar is located at Center Court in the historic Reading Terminal Market. Featuring a private bar, diner seating, and a great view of the market scene. Molly Malloy's uses fresh ingredients, like produce from the Iovine brothers, along with other market vendors. From cheesesteaks made with center-cut ribeye on seeded Sarcones rolls, fresh biscuits made for breakfast sandwiches, or 35 beers, ciders, and Prosecco on tap. Molly Malloy's in the Reading Terminal Market has a little something for everyone. Go to MollyMalloySpilly.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
These changes for the Phillies. Never again will I utter the words. Now pitching for the Phillies, Craig Kimbrough.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all have bad habits. Some procrastinate, others are extremely disorganized. But what are some of the bad financial habits that are holding back Americans from achieving their savings and investment goals? Today, I'll tell you the worst habit all savers and investors face and the best way to overcome it. But first, think about where you learned to manage money. According to recent statistics, you most likely learned about your finances at home or from watching your parents or older siblings. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau reported that parents were found to be critical in forming their children's financial literacy. When parents have bad money habits, they pass those habits on to their children. And that's according to a study from asset management firm T. Rowe Price. If you're a parent, here are 3 good habits to instill in your children to give them a good financial start. 1. Have your children research student loan options to understand the impact those decisions will have on their future. 2. Have them get a credit card and pay the balance due every month to build early credit. 3. Do not have them turn down minimum wage jobs, especially if it's in their chosen profession. This will give them experience and income. Now, as promised, what's the worst financial habit for parents and children alike? It's called instant gratification. Many people, young or old, are guilty of this because we all live in a world where we want everything and we want it now. This is why, time and time again, investors get burned on the stock market because they refuse to follow the cardinal rule of investing. Buy low, sell high. They never sell. They're always after bigger gains and more gratification. Now, the best way to overcome this, and the simplest, is to exercise discipline and delay that gratification. Don't get sucked in by the possibility of receiving instant gratification and gains today that can disappear tomorrow. That's gambling. Find an investment that is guaranteed to grow your money and never step back. That's peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Sitting on the park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent. Snot running down his nose.
7:41 as we roll on. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 4 or 5 minutes? 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Let's rip through a couple of these calls before we get to the cut sheet. Let me actually start out in Chestnut Hill. We have Greg who is with us. Greg, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Greg, you go ahead.
Hi, Nick. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Greg.
We did not need a study to tell us that. That's other than that study succinctly broke it down. We all have eyes and ears. We can see that they're nasty and they're meaner and they're more depressed. 80% we can tell by just looking at.
Yeah.
And that, and now all those people is like a microcosm is the Biden administration of the people he hired, and then those people where they put them in academia and some of these big elitist companies.
Yep.
So we can see that. They just broke it down.
Yep.
But my main point was, we'll start on the last one. 1 in 7 men, correct? You said?
Correct. 3 out of 5 women. Yep.
Okay. Why do you think that one guy's that way? Because he's got 60 women to every one of his guys. Of course he's going to be doing that.
Yep. And Greg, for those that are not listening, we're talking about a study that was done in Finland that confirms that woke people are unhappy, anxious, and depressed, and they have 7 or 8 beliefs and truisms that they subscribe to. But you're exactly right, Greg. And I think the thing is, at the end of the day, people have to realize, and I appreciate the call, is like when you think about these woke people, and I hate using the word because DeSantis just beat that term to death, but it's still obviously a true thing. They only represent a very small sliver of the left. Like, your moderate Democrat is really not woke. Your classic liberal that still values free speech might be a little woke, but it's the progressive left-wing faction. It's probably less than 10% of society, to be completely honest. But their ideologies and their beliefs and the way that they just get triggered, they're just the loud, vocal minority, percentage-wise, of people that operate this way. And it's really hijacked corporate America. It's hijacked academia, and obviously the Biden administration.
You know what Greg reminded me of when you were talking to him?
No.
When he said you can see him, it reminded me of the movie Sixth Sense. I see crazy chicks.
I see dead people.
Yeah.
I see woke people.
I see crazy chicks.
Yes, exactly. It's a good pull by you. Speaking of the Biden administration, let's check in with our favorite Joe Bite Me fan. Ed is in Delran, and Ed's listening to music.
Love this. Woo! Does he have a theme song?
Let's go, DJ Ed. I think he's playing a little Nicki Minaj for us. This goes over well with this demo.
He also teaches aerobics.
What's up, Ed? What's happening?
Come on, ladies, get those legs up. Move that booty.
What is happening?
Move it to the side.
Come on, Sean.
Nick's dancing.
We got the workout.
Is this what Ed listens to when he's on hold?
Hysterical. I'm serious. Maybe he's a.
Did we accidentally like patch into like one of our music stations down the hall?
I don't think so.
Is that
No, he's still listening to it. Okay.
He's jamming.
One of our music stations.
Is that Bill and Jen from the B Morning Show? Hey, Bill, you want to go golfing later today?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, my God.
That is hysterical.
Thank you for the Nicki Minaj song. There you go. Well, on that note, it is 7:45 right on the dot. So unless you've got more music today to play from the top 20 of 2007, let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. In the world of completely ironic, because of what this woman used to do for a living. Kamala Harris said nobody should go to jail for smoking weed.
Okay.
How many freaking people did she put away for smoking weed? That was her job.
They built jails because of her.
The Kamala Harris prison.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what she did.
Yeah, she was like Denzel Washington in Training Day. They built prisons because of me.
By the way, she's now that it's an election year, we need to get all the messages correct. So make sure abortion's on the ballot. Make sure weed is on the ballot. Hey, it's almost like we've been calling this for the last 6 months.
Shocking.
1,956.
Wow.
Incarcerations or convictions?
For misdemeanor and felony convictions.
Wow.
So I'm guessing she's going to let them all out of jail, correct? Or they, yeah, like that evil Joker laugh as she's putting people away for smoking weed.
Right. And just totally speculation on my part, but I wonder how much she's consumed in her lifetime.
Well, I mean, she's admitted to it on The Breakfast Club.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's not speculation then.
She said she used to smoke weed listening to Biggie and Tupac.
Ah.
Rules for thee.
Exactly. Cut to Phil. Kamala Harris. Cut to Phil. Go.
Have gathered today, however, to address specifically the injustices that we have seen in federal marijuana policy. I have said many times, I think we all at this table believe, nobody should have to go to jail for smoking weed. And what we need to do is recognize that far too many people have been sent to jail for simple marijuana possession.
By me.
Wow.
Sorry.
She's just sitting there looking. She's got her binder out there. She's flipping through the pages. I am not a marijuana user, but I agree. I don't think if you smoke weed or eat edible gummies or anything like that, that you should go to jail in 2024. Now, there's a difference in DUI. If you are pulled over or you commit an accident and you are under the influence of marijuana, I think you should be treated just like somebody that drank way too much liquor and got behind the wheel. Now, I am against the sale of marijuana. If you are selling illegal drugs and making a profit off of it and not paying taxes and committing that act, I think you should also go to jail. It's a lot like sports betting for me with marijuana. I don't think if you smoke a little weed in your garage on your deck, you should go to jail. I also don't think, back when sports betting was taboo, if you were betting with a bookie, you should go to jail. But I do think the bookie and the drug dealer should go to jail. It's kind of my stance on marijuana.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if people agree with that, but that's just the way I've always viewed it.
How can you want to make something legal, but then go to jail for selling said legal?
Well, no, if it's legalized, then
I mean, it's legalized in most places now.
And
isn't it?
are you allowed? So, are you allowed to sell it legally if you're not like from a dispensary?
No.
Okay, you're not allowed to. Right.
You're not even supposed to.
And why is that? Because you're not paying taxes on it, right? If the government's not getting their cut, it's illegal. Correct?
Yeah. I agree with it. It's like selling anything else. But like if you want to do a private sale for something, you know what I mean? Like if I want to, if I have a patio furniture that I want to sell Joe, and Joe comes over and gives me $100 for my patio furniture, is that illegal?
No.
No, but so let me ask this:
if you're making a business off of it, I'm sorry, Don. If you're making a business off of it, I understand. But if I'm buying marijuana from, let's just call him Anthony.
Anthony, you are fired.
Do I then does he get in trouble if that's not his job? He's just selling it to me for something?
I think the issue is the bootlegger. I mean, what if you grow your own grapes or wine or do your own beer? I think in certain states you could give it as a gift, but if you started selling it because it's a substance,
I always looked at it from like the transaction standpoint. If you're selling a little bit of marijuana to somebody for, I don't know what constitutes a little bit and what the price tag is. I don't know, $25. Let's just say for the sake of conversation.
Sure.
No, I don't think you should get in trouble. If you're peddling marijuana to the point where you're able to buy a home, buy a car, and have like this luxurious lifestyle off the record, off the books, like I'm sorry, you should go to jail.
Yeah, but that's the case for anything. Again, using the patio furniture thing, if I am selling somebody my patio furniture for $100 and that's the end of it,
Well, how's the
or if I
transaction?
have a warehouse of patio furniture that I'm selling them, that's illegal.
But how's the transaction occurring? Is it cash? Or because now we've seen, what's the latest legislation? That the government, if you sell anything, what is it, on Venmo or PayPal, any transaction, is it above $600?
Yeah.
You have to report it?
Yep.
Now, if you're like doing something on the Facebook Marketplace and you're selling your old patio furniture for $80, no. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a hypocrite. I don't know. I think there's a difference between.
No, it doesn't. I'm just.
Yeah.
But I think the issue, seriously, is the level of that it's a drug.
Yeah.
And so there are, very strict drug laws. In Pennsylvania, we have the medical marijuana, the dispensary can sell directly, but it's all controlled, to your point, because they want to get their piece of the pie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Karine Jean-Pierre was asked if Joe Biden will hold a press conference anytime soon. What do you think the answer to that is?
Hold on.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
cut three, Phil, go.
When will the president hold another news conference so we can ask a question of him without having helicopter noise or jet noise in the background?
I don't have anything for you to share. Obviously, the president, as you were just saying, the president takes questions pretty regularly, enjoys having engagement with all of you. I don't have a press conference to lay out for you at this time.
Is there talk of one?
I don't have anything for you, but as I said, the president enjoys engaging with all of you on a regular basis, and he'll continue to do that.
Oh, relax, people. He just spoke 11 days ago at the State of the Union. You'll see him again by May or June. Relax. And I actually think now, the more you see him out in front of the helicopter in those settings where it's just unbelievably difficult to hear or speak, I think that's by design.
Yeah.
Because he can act like he doesn't hear or understand what's being asked. Because the reality is, I can't hear half of it when he's in that setting. So I think that is all tactical by this administration. And then he shuffles off to go up to the steps, take his trip to Delaware. Of course, she would have nothing. Why would she? She's only the White House press secretary.
Also at the press briefing yesterday was NSA spokesperson Jake Sullivan. When Peter Doocy asked him a question,
oh, this was great.
He answered by this bizarre comment.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bizarre comment because I've heard the phrase before, but in the context, I'm not sure if it's proper at a press briefing. You be the judge. Cut 4, Phil, go.
There's a report that when President Biden was told his handling of the war between Israel and Hamas was starting to affect his poll numbers, the quote is, he began to shout and swear. So when he does that, is he shouting and swearing about Netanyahu or about Hamas or about his poll numbers?
This is the when did you stop beating your spouse question, because I don't think he ever did that. And so, well, you use that as the premise of your question, which is when he does that. I've never seen him do that, shout or swear in response to that. So from my perspective, that particular report is not correct.
By the way, can I just say real fast? I believe Peter Doocy is citing an NBC report.
Oh, yeah.
It's not some far right conservative blog that he's that was NBC, I believe, that reported that.
Yes, there's also reports out there, and we'll talk about this later in the show, that Joe is angry and anxious behind the scenes, behind closed doors. But it is well documented that Joe has a very fiery, angry, shouting side to him where he's been known to curse people out. So he's probably mad at the whole situation. He's probably ticked off at Netanyahu. He's probably obviously ticked off at what happened on October 7th because things were relatively peaceful. He's probably also ticked off at Squad Dems who have created this divisive divide saying that Joe hasn't done enough for the Gaza cause. So I think this is absolutely valid. But it is an odd choice of words that Sullivan decided to use there. Because you could hear, Doocy was like, what?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's a bizarre thing to say at a press briefing, is it not?
Especially for an administration that clings to words that are inflammatory.
Exactly.
Oh, bloodbath.
Yep.
But now you're using a wife beater analogy? Okay, Jake.
Which it's truth. I'm going to defend the guy for a moment. It is it's a term that we've used for years because it's a trick to say, well, when did you stop beating your wife? So the fact that you answer the question, that's what
your
he's going
admission and
for.
your guilt, yeah.
But in this day and age, to use that kind of reference, I mean, he's being ripped on both sides.
I tell you what, Doocy puts all of them in an awkward spot. He's so good at what he does.
Joe Biden had did some thing yesterday at the White House for women, and he said this, and I want thank God Dawn's here because I don't want to sound like a sexist when I say this, but he said something at the very end that I take a little issue with, and I think we should name some things to the opposite of what he's saying, if you guys know what I'm talking about here. This is cut 5, Phil, go.
All kidding aside, there's not a damn thing a man can do that a woman can't do. To state the obvious.
There's not a damn thing a woman can do that a man can do that a woman can't do, right?
That a man can do that a woman can't do.
Ask that pickle jar. That my wife always has me open for her.
So
how about when she's vacuuming and she needs to move the coffee table and it's 100 pounds and she needs me to do it?
Oh,
can she do that?
Oh, I actually think she can, Gregory. She just doesn't want to put the vacuum up in an upright position, hit the power switch, move the cord, and then shove the table, only to re-begin the cleaning process.
I have to learn from these women.
Pee standing up.
Yes. Has a female ever peed standing up?
Well, actually, I saw a video yesterday where actually, yes, they have.
Where was this, at a grocery store after eating free food?
No, it was some disgusting woman pulled over on the side of the road where she was
Ew.
just like, she had her butt sticking out.
Ew.
I don't want to
That's
get
nasty.
more graphic than that.
Yeah, write your name in the snow. I mean,
but I get what you're saying. There's women can do everything men can do.
Is he talking about the lowering of standards in, like, hiring police, like we were talking about the Nashville story?
I'll get to that in a second, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But there are, I mean, Dawn, you would admit, right, there are things that men can do that women can't do, right?
well, just all the things you said, I do. So those were bad examples.
Sorry.
Larry's like, here, will you open the pickle jar? I'm messing. I would say this. You know what? Back in the day when they said, Ginger Fred Astaire. What's the card? Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, but she did it backwards in heels.
Yeah.
Like that magnet that's the card or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that women, everybody thought, oh, this is great. I can do anything you can do. But the problem with it now, with the hindsight of the women's movement, is that the deal is that they're trying to take away from what is unique and special about men and women.
Yeah.
And that we are different. We should celebrate the differences.
Yes, there are physical differences. It's the reason why we have women's sports versus men's sports. Now, clearly, yes, there are women that are better at basketball than men. There are women that are better at golf than men. I mean, I can't beat some girl on the LPGA tour. She would beat me by 32 shots. But generally speaking, most men are stronger or taller or faster or have more force behind their punch. That's why we don't have women and men fighting in the same ring.
I just take exception to there's not a damn thing men can do that a women can't do. I get the spirit of it. Like my wife is 1 million times smarter than I am. My wife is a type A personality where I am not. Like there are so many things that she does that I can't do. So I'm not belittling women.
Well, we talked about this
anything.
yesterday. I said my wife can assemble anything with an instruction manual in 5 minutes. I can't even get the package open.
But to say that there's not it, to Dawn's point, it is really saying that men and women are the same, and everyone can do is equal, and you can do this and you can do that. It doesn't matter what gender you are, when it's just not factually true.
It all falls under this equity inclusion nonsense they're trying to sell you.
And he's also pandering. I mean, to me, as a woman, I listen to him say, "Oh, there's other." It's like, you're pandering.
Yeah,
we've known where you've stood in your life. Whatever, just don't say anything like that. But he's going to pander like that.
Yep, and we've said this on this show before. Regardless of the fact that his policies have failed, in regards to playing the game of politics, the guy has been doing it for 4 or 5 decades, and you don't stick around as long as he has if you don't know how to play the game. And it's very obvious to me that he's a fraud. Well, I was raised in the Jewish synagogues and I was raised in the Puerto Rican. No, you weren't. But that's kind of the art of politics, is this sales pitch that is nonsensical that some people buy, and he sells it.
Yesterday, we played the clip from the news report of the Nashville Police Department lowering its fitness requirements to recruit more women. So somebody posted, Matt Walsh posted the physical fitness test and what it looks like. If you see this, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. For anybody who can't, Nick can describe what's happening. But this looks like, honestly, like a fourth grader could pass this.
Yeah, this looks like my field day for my daughters a few years ago when they were out in the schoolyard in May.
All right, I'm gonna play this for everybody. If you can get over to YouTube, get over there now. If not, Nick will describe it. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
This is the chain link fence climb. For this test, you're to run up to the fence,
there she goes.
Scale the fence,
Look at
and
that.
continue running to the finish line.
Go, baby,
the test
go!
may be administered twice with at least a 2-minute rest period between administrations. Your fastest time will be used as your score. Solid wall climb.
Uh-oh.
For this test, you're to run up to the wall, scale the wall, and continue running to the finish line. This test may be administered twice.
It literally comes up to my
2-minute rest
waist.
period between administrations. Your fastest time will be
It's like
used as
Mr.
your
Wilson's
score.
fence in Dennis the
99-yard
Menace.
agility run. This test simulates a short distance foot pursuit that could occur in a parking lot. This test requires you to make frequent changes of directions while running as fast as possible.
My grandmother
You
could
have to
outrun
step
this
over
woman.
several obstacles and clear a small
Nobody's going to
obstacle
confuse this
while
with the
continue
NFL
running.
Combine.
This test may be administered twice, if desired, with a 2-minute rest period between tests.
My God.
This is the chain link fence climb.
There you go.
Well, there you go. None of these women will be competing in American Gladiators anytime soon.
Oh, my God.
That right there, if that's what gets you from 13% female recruitment or female officers on staff to 30%,
yep.
Well, then criminals, you should just relocate to Metro Davidson County, Nashville, Tennessee, because nobody's going to be able to run you down and catch you. You'd be able to ransack establishments on Broadway all day long because that lady ain't catching anybody.
Well, to be fair, if we want to be fair,
yeah,
then we should have regular fitness tests for all law enforcement.
Yes, and I don't want fat guys either.
Exactly.
Well, it's not. It's just fit. That They should just say you have to. First of all, it would be great for everybody's health.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say to this, just from coming from a family of firefighters,
yeah,
when in my family, they would have these, these discussions and say, look, this is great to have everybody try out for this. But if your home is burning and you're passed out, or your kid, you especially as an adult, man, woman, whatever, and somebody like one of the guys in my family, 6'5", you know what I mean? They can pick up a couch and carry. You want one of those big guys to rescue you from, and have to carry you down a ladder, not a 120-pound lady.
Right.
And that's not disrespecting anybody, because how would I feel if I were that woman who can't lift somebody and save their life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Your job is to protect and serve, and you are compromising the safety of citizens that fund your department in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's absurd to me. And I'm not saying that cops, by any stretch, need to be physically fit like Marines in our military, okay? I think if you're a regular run-of-the-mill patrolman in a police precinct, you don't need to be carved out of stone and look like a bodybuilder. But you got to be able to. But yes, you're right. But you got to be able to at least hold your own. And I think there's plenty of times where we're like, that person's going to get run over or ran over.
Run that crook down, Tubby. Mango mush.
Is that what he said?
In all seriousness, do they still do that? Remember those physical fitness tests we used to have to do in gym class?
Yeah. The V-sit and reach, the shuttle run. You jump up and slap the plastic things.
Yeah.
Yep, the rope climb.
I don't think they do that in
Really?
public schools anymore. Mm-mm.
Really?
Nope.
I used to, as somebody who just hated gym class to begin with, I used to hate those tests.
I love the shuttle run.
But now, looking back on it, it's so beneficial.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Although I will tell you this, the test that I hated the most was the V-sit and reach, where you had to sit down, spread your legs like a V, and then reach out in between your legs and go out as far as you can.
Yeah.
I just hate stretching. Like, I'm the most unflexible person you'll ever meet.
Well, you got to work at that.
Well, of course, yeah.
You gotta. It's actually. Look, I'm going to sound like a wuss here, but like doing yoga and stuff like that is actually going to help you in the long run.
Oh yeah, I've been told to do yoga to improve my golf game.
Flexibility.
Yeah. When you get older, you're going to wish you did it because. You see these old people who try and, I'm there now trying to bend over and get something.
Honey, can you grab the remote? I can't reach it. Dorenzo was saying they still do the pacer test.
What is that?
I don't know. Anthony, I don't know. Does Anthony have his mic up? I don't even know what a pacer test is.
So you're talking about it's the president's challenge.
Yes.
Challenge. Yeah,
that was. You used to get like a red or a blue sticker depending on how good you did. I think blue was above red.
Yeah. Anthony, your mic's up if you want to.
Yeah, the pacer test, it's like a multi-stage fitness test, the beep test. They would, like every single gym class, it's like an audio. You would hear it always. They play the same recorded thing when you do it.
What is it, a hearing test?
No, it's a gym test, but it's almost, I think it is like government regulated.
I've never heard of it. All right.
That clip we used to play of JFK talking about fat, soft, chubby white kids.
Yeah.
Was that when he implemented the presidential fitness test?
I mean, I just remember it in the 80s and the 90s, and I'm imagining it was around for a long time. So that had to be at least something that started in the 70s.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Stop.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
I forgot about that one. Yeah. Speaking of the Kennedys, did you guys see this yesterday? Where the Kennedy clan, I guess to maybe buck RFK Jr., all showed up at the White House and took a Kennedy clan photo with the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So RFK Jr. was on with Chris Cuomo last night on News Nation reacting to this. I mean, look at that. By the way, talk about the Kennedys. Diverse group they are.
Yeah.
it's all these beautiful white people.
Mm-hmm. That haven't been dealt tragedy yet.
Hey, well. All right, so this is RFK Jr. on Chris Cuomo show last night. Cut 17, Phil, go.
Absolutely. All right, now I want to ask you about this photo. It's St. Patrick's Day. By the way, he wasn't Irish. But here is a lot of your family.
That's funny.
Okay? Gathered around Joe Biden. And it is a, St. Patty's Day. They all put out messages that are all about the same thing, which is, go Joe, we support you. What does it mean when the people who know you best say Joe Biden is better than their own brother, uncle, cousin?
Well, first of all, I'd point out, as you know, Chris, although that looks like a big crowd of people, it is a very small percentage of my family. Last July 4th, I think there was 105 people at the Cape, and many other family members are working for my campaign. Many other family members support it. The family members who are, as you know from your family, we don't always agree on things. And I'm very, very, there are many people in my family who work for the Biden administration. President Biden is an old friend of my family. I understand that many of them disagree with me on the war in Ukraine. They disagree with me on COVID, on some of the public health issues. They disagree with me on the free speech issue. So, and we can disagree with each other in a friendly way and still love each other. They look very happy in that photograph, and, it's very exhilarating. It's intoxicating being in the White House, and I'm glad I got to. I played a role, I think, in facilitating that visit to the White House and bringing them all such happiness, so I'm happy about that. And I do hope that at least a couple of them took the time to talk to President Biden and ask him to provide me Secret Service protection. So that's my hope.
Well, with that big a family, you should just keep them around you. You won't need any Secret Service protection. But I'll tell you what.
There you go.
Looks like my in-laws' Thanksgiving photo without me. So now obviously they disagree with him on his stance on vaccines, his stance on free speech, and obviously there's this divide because he couldn't challenge Joe, so he runs as an independent. He's denied Secret Service protection. But how deep does the rift run with some of the? Now I don't know specifically who those people were.
Maria Shriver was one of them.
Okay.
And then there's Joe Kennedy. That
Does he not have a relationship? Is he not on speaking terms with those people in that photo?
I have no idea.
Is that like salt in an open wound? Seeing
No, I mean, like
the big guy with his family.
His sister, I think, has come out and supported Joe Biden over him, and yeah, he's not very popular with the Kennedy clan because they all kind of thought it was low what he did. I mean, he didn't do it, but what they did that Kennedy ad for the Super Bowl,
right?
So I don't know.
Which I thought was relatively well done.
It was.
It was very interesting.
Well, the woman who's going to be his running mate was behind that.
That's right.
So
she's the wealthy financier from big tech.
Yeah, she was.
Nicole Shanahan.
Yeah, she was married to the Google bro, the Google bro.
That could be a new thing. That's a new term we're going to use. The Google Bros.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
This is another thing from TikTok here. This is a trans non-binary elementary school teacher.
One more time.
A trans non-binary elementary school teacher.
Okay, just got to classify this properly.
Who goes to TikTok and says correcting people's grammar and syntax is white supremacist and racist.
Yeah, you know what, Dawn? Every time I use ran or run in the wrong tense, that is racist. I will not stand for this.
All right, this is what this individual had to say. If you want to see the video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If not, I'm sure you can picture this in your head if you're listening on the Odyssey app. 1210WPHT of what this individual looks like.
Sometimes audio is the only way to go.
Exactly. Cut 11, Phil, go.
Okay. Speaking as an educator, as well as just a human being, we need to remember.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, why the hands are moving?
Well,
it's an Italian thing, I think.
Why are all these people teachers?
Yeah.
Seriously.
I honestly, without giving a snarky response, I actually think there are some people, especially those that end up being professors in college, that are so used to the educational academia environment that they never want to leave that setting. They feel like they're in a comfort zone, always on a campus, in a classroom, in a library. There are some people that just always want to further their education because, think about it, when you're on these campuses, it is kind of a detachment from reality, right?
Yep.
You're in your little safe space, your little think tank with like-minded people. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, if you go to, and look, I'm not one that doesn't think that transgender people and non-binary, they don't exist. I just think that the amount of people that identify as that is really over exaggerated.
And
it just seems to be in schools that they're all there. I'm sorry.
The ones that are teachers, they're always teaching elementary school. I don't think there's many trans teachers that teach 12th grade history. It always seems like it's, the elementary class where you teach all the subjects. I don't know. Do they still do that where they all teach math, social studies, science?
I'll know in a few years.
No, they don't.
No,
they don't? Okay.
All right, I'm going to start this video over, Phil, if you will, my friend. Please cut 11, go. Uh-oh. Tell me.
Oh, boy.
Tell me.
What happened?
Tell me my audio machine did not crash.
Oh, my God.
It died?
Oh, my
what
God.
happened?
We get flagged?
No, we had issues yesterday with the computers here.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if this is the same.
Is Vox Pro crashing on you?
There we go. Hang on.
Is that what it's called?
Educator.
There we go. All right, starting over one
3,
more
2,
time,
1.
Phil. 3, 2, 1. One more time.
Take
Phil.
10.
Cut 11. Go.
Okay. Speaking as an educator, as well as just a human being, we need to remember that things like this.
Grammar is radicalized
supremacy.
white supremacy.
The idea that grammar, that proper syntax, that whatever it is that you think needs to be corrected in a moment of someone expressing or saying something is racist. Say this to educators because that tweet was from educators attacking another educator who is a woman of color and also our union president, the second largest teachers union in the United States. And she is the first woman of color to be our president.
Everybody's in boxes.
And if you know LA, that's a big deal. So the fact that We have educators who are saying with their full chest that what she said was incorrect and trying to police her language because of grammar, because they were upset they did not get their way, even though a majority vote went through the House. Really speaks to who these educators are. And this is a call-in. And I want to be honest about that. That it truly is a call-in because...
Okay.
Yeah, call in 855-839-1210 if you want to call in. So we've got dyed hair. Looks like a blondish green, maybe. We've got the winter hat kind of on top of the head, not covering the ears. Once again, odd eyeglass. Now, no nose ring there. Interesting to know. So we don't have anything hanging out of our nostrils. But it's just, and you ever notice too, maybe it's a TikTok thing. I'm not on TikTok, so I don't know how it works. It always seems like the clips are spliced together. You ever notice that?
Yes.
And it's not them, like, I don't know, are they like stopping and restarting their recording? Is that something you do live? I don't even know how TikTok operates. Thank God I don't.
You're like an old man. How does the TikTok machines work?
Now, was that a biological male or a female?
I have no idea, Nick.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because I don't think anybody in the audience arrived at the conclusion of...
We want to hit that hard.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Cooking show.
Oh, my God.
Audio from a cooking show.
I can't believe you have that drop.
That's the newest one, folks.
Listen, we want to hit that hard.
Right. Out times. Like 7:55 on the dot, we have to...
Oh,
we
man.
want to hit that hard.
Hit the out time hard, so we're back at the top of the hour.
See?
Right.
It's not only me that he
Yes.
he can do drops to.
Yes, like when Cavuto signs off at 4:59:59 to toss it to the 5, they will literally cut him off mid-interview because they want to make sure they get to that out time.
We want to hit that hard.
That's right.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, we have these clips from Elon Musk and Don Lemon because that episode dropped yesterday on X. By the way, there are all kinds of technical difficulties when it dropped.
So Elon Musk and DeSantis, as if the Twitter Spaces announcement of DeSantis's campaign official launch last May wasn't a big enough technical disaster. Yeah. You know, I got to say this, Elon Musk, you got to get your app together, man. Seriously, like there's too many bots. There's too much spam on X. Yeah. It is just. I mean, I don't see the hatred and the homophobia and all the racism that the left claims is on there. But man, there's a lot of crap as far as bots and porn. Like, can we clean it up a little? Can you just employ some people in your technical department? You got $42 bazillion.
You're seeing porn, Nick? What are your algorithms telling you?
Don't you worry about my search history.
Because
you want to hit that.
I'm not seeing porn. I don't know about you, but
no, there's always these spam bots.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
where
about.
they reply to your tweet, and they all look like, and I say this because it's kind of cringe, but it's true. They look like underaged porn actors.
Yeah.
They look like 14-year-old girls in thongs, and I'm like, this is spam.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
they like. You'll see something like, and you're like, well, that clearly is not a listener or somebody that I know.
They don't follow you, and they're nothing but.
Or you wish they were.
By the way, so the whole point of this is me saying that I think people should really tread lightly with Elon Musk. I know Don loves him, but I think people should really tread lightly with him. And it's hard because in the battle between Elon Musk and Don Lemon, I just wish the world would explode because I hate them both. But
yourself.
But I just don't want people to be under the impression. We talked about Twitter grifters earlier. I just don't want people to be under the impression that Elon Musk is some bastion of free speech, because he's not. And to prove that point, Matt Taibbi, who we all agreed, a great journalist, they brought him out to be, one of the journalists for the Twitter files. He shed a light on what was happening in Twitter. He says that Elon Musk is, quote, very disappointing on free speech.
Mm.
This is Matt Taibbi with Chris Cuomo on Friday night. This is cut one. Phil, go.
I do believe that Elon proved to be very disappointing on the free speech issue. All of us who worked in the Twitter files felt the same way. We went in feeling tremendously optimistic that he actually meant a lot of the things that he said about being in favor of all legal speech and, being a free speech absolutist and all these other things. That proved not to be the case. He's currently disenfranchising thousands of Substack writers, including me, and no one seems to care in the press. On the other hand, in that interview, Don was asking Elon why he wasn't censoring speech more. He was asking about hate speech, which is legal in the United States. And the question, why aren't you doing more to moderate legal speech? It's a little odd to complain about a free speech issue when you yourself are asking to do the same thing.
Listen.
There you go.
Listen. Toto here. Listen. So no, look, I do think now. I thank Elon Musk for exposing what we all thought was true under Jack Dorsey. I give him credit for that. I give him credit for making Twitter, now X, the most likely destination to find the most robust conversations of discourse and debate and town hall. I don't think Elon Musk should be treated as a god. I don't think he's a free speech absolutist. I will say he's the best of the bunch. If you really want free speech, X blows away Facebook, Instagram, Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, but he is a little bit of a fraud. There's no question. And a lot of it, I think, is an ego stroke. But I still like Elon Musk. I just don't think he's like the bastion of the First Amendment. But he's brought it to a place where I feel like it's more of a level playing field than it ever was.
Elon Musk is in it for Elon Musk. Let's don't think anything differently.
Well, you could say that
but he
about
lost $22 billion. So
say that
is
about
he?
what?
Yeah, he lost a ton of money, but I also think you could say that about Ben Franklin. You could say that about,
You're comparing Elon Musk to Ben Franklin?
kind of. Ben Franklin was a journalist, newspaper publisher who, by the way, he invented fake news. That was why, under pen names and fake names, he used the media. Ben Franklin, look it up. He was the original fake news guy because he knew the power and the persuasion of media. And yes, he was also an inventor. But was he a flawed individual? Absolutely. So you can be all of these things at once. You can be this incredible person. And yes, I would compare Elon Musk to Ben Franklin. Are they flawed individuals? Absolutely. Do they both do great things at an incredible time of invention and change and transition, if you will? But you think about that. Elon Musk, I think he's the modern day Ben Franklin.
Is X on par as far as free speech with Truth and Rumble, or do you get even more free speech on Truth and Rumble? Because I'm not on either, and from what I gather, like my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, says you get far more leeway with free speech on Truth and Rumble than you do with Twitter. And he's on Twitter and he likes it, but he thinks Truth is the absolute definition of free speech absolutism.
For conservatives.
Correct.
If you go on there and you're one of the woke women in the Finnish study that became an international study that you talked about earlier, then you'll probably get shut down.
Really?
On Truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'll get a few you'll not shut down by the site.
Or pushback in comments.
Pushback in
comments. Okay, well, that's expected.
Yeah, of course.
So let me ask you a question, Dawn. The reporters like Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi that we were all praising as like these guys are finally exposing the truth. They're telling you he's not this bastion of free speech that he pretends to be. You still don't believe that?
I would like to hear more as far as what Matt Taibbi is specifically referring to. I would like to know.
That's what I want to know. Like the Substack issue.
Yes, that's what he's referring to.
Is it Elon not paying these guys?
No, it's
compensating them for using it.
It's them not being able. And by the way, Elon Musk is allowed to do whatever he wants to. It is his platform.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that he should be Matt Taibbi and these guys should be allowed to promote their Substacks on Twitter if Elon Musk doesn't want to. That's fine. He doesn't have to. It's his platform. But you can't say that you're like, all speech is welcome here when it's not.
So
it's just not.
What is Substack? Just a website where you write your own columns and post them?
It's like a blog that you subscribe to. And,
okay.
There's actually some really good work being done on Substack. Mm-hmm. Most of the really good journalists went over there because corporate journalism sucks.
Okay, so you subscribe to it, you pay this person and their nominal fee per month to get their content in the Substack? That's how it works?
Yeah.
Basically a subscription?
Yes.
Okay.
And he didn't want them because it competes with Twitter or something else Elon Musk was doing.
Oh.
So he didn't want him to do it, which is fine. But then he can't say that he's all for free speech. He just can't. Because it's a bad business decision for him to have people promote Substack on there.
Would that be the so let's put this to the ultimate test. I do a show here on 1210 WPHT which champions free speech.
Yep.
Would I be allowed to do another show in this market in a different format, or would that be? Because I feel like, and obviously I wouldn't, and I can't because I have a contract. But I'm trying to compare the two here. If you're on X, but you also want to write for Substack, and it's a conflict of interest, would that be the same thing as Nick talking politics from 6 to 10 and then talking sports down the hall from 3 to 6 in the afternoon? Would that be a conflict of interest? Would that be hypocritical of free speech?
I think it would be.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because I don't know how Substack works. That's why I'm asking. Like, I don't understand if Substack is a legit threat to Elon's business model, then I'm on board with it.
Yeah.
If Substack is nothing more than your writing, well, your writing on Twitter is nothing more than your posts. And your posts are, 280 characters or less?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't feel like apples to apples to me. Twitter is like short commentary and live video. Substack, from what I gather from you guys, is just like the old school blogosphere.
Okay, but as far as Matt Taibbi, the journalism free speech conversation, when Matt Taibbi says, Elon is, disappointing, and he's really not, being this bastion of, or the absolutist when it comes to free speech. What does he mean by that? They're not promoting them. Elon is not empowering them enough. What does he mean? I don't think Elon is shutting them down. I think they wanted more support, more space, more whatever. So this sounds to me almost
No.
like,
I mean, there's personal texts between the two of them where he says you can't promote a competing thing on X. You just
right.
can't.
That has nothing to do with free speech. That has to do with marketing and promotion within a business.
It almost seems like Taibbi is basically of the same mindset of Don Lemon, that Elon is a fraud here. Which, again, but he's wearing multiple hats.
But he is, Nick, but in other words, I had to negotiate in my personal services contract, right? I had to negotiate what I can market because I do all different things. I negotiated that. So that everybody has a negotiation with what you can do on a site. So to say, hey, he's not an absolutist because we can't promote or we can't do that. No, that's business.
Mm-hmm.
Every business does that.
Well, that's why I'm saying he's got multiple hats. He's the free speech absolutist, what he claims to be.
So he's a business guy first.
He's also
he's
also the owner of the company. So what he says goes. But then, as I mentioned last week with the cancellation of the Don Lemon show, he's also like a brand manager where he's evaluating the talent and saying, well, you know what, Don Lemon's show is not very good, so we're canceling it.
But you can't then claim, like he's claimed, that
Right.
he wants to make Twitter what it was originally supposed to be, the megaphone in the town square or whatever it is, because he's operating it like a business, which is his right. Well, he should be doing that if he wants to make money on it.
My chief complaint with Elon Musk, with everything that transpired post on Lemon's firing, is, dude, you didn't realize that Lemon sucked and was dry and boring to begin with? Did you think he was going to come to X and say what you want about Don Lemon. Don Lemon's had a very successful career. He's made more money than I'll ever make in my lifetime. But you need to know what Don Lemon's brand is and his delivery and his style. And if you're Don Lemon at 50, whatever years old he is, Don Lemon's not changing his style of presentation that has made him lots of money. He's going to continue doing what has made him financially successful.
Exactly.
Like the fact that Elon didn't know that, what was he expecting? Tucker Carlson?
I truthfully think, I honest to God think that Don Lemon was just a jerk. I do.
Well, there
I
are
think
some that think Don Lemon did this intentionally, that he sabotaged it on his end purposely.
Supposedly there was a lot of drama behind the scenes that we didn't see. But it just with Matt Taibbi, and I love Matt Taibbi if you've read his books, but Matt Taibbi, and to be fair, he's not a conservative. If you've read his work,
right.
Neither is Elon Musk.
He's very liberal.
Remember, the IRS showed at Taibbi's doorstep last year.
By the way, neither is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
So everybody championing him as this, bastion of conservatism. He's not.
No. He said he voted Biden in 2020, right?
But I think my point here is that on any format, if you work within a broadcasting entity, and what Matt Taibbi is whining a little bit about is that he wants to be able to market and advertise other stuff that competes with Twitter. In no place, especially television news, I guarantee you, but in no broadcasting entity would you ever be allowed to then, you can have your other things, but if you wanted to promote those on the platform, and that platform has no way of profiting from it, and you're a competing interest, no company would allow that. No, zero.
By the way, I know you were out yesterday. We went through this. I'm not sure if you saw this story. Did you hear about Don Lemon's demands of what he wanted from Elon?
I saw that.
A free Tesla Cybertruck, a $5 million upfront payment with an $8 million a year salary, an equity stake in X, a private jet to Vegas, a suite for him and his fiance, and for X to pay for their day drinking and massages.
That has to be a joke, right?
It has to be.
It has to be a joke.
Either Lemon did this purposely, or this is a plant from Elon to make Don Lemon look like a idiot.
He said, "Well, one of the headlines, if whatever, I would say maybe it's true, knowing Don Lemon
drinking."
But Elon Musk likened him to the spoiled brat from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I agree. I agree with Elon. I believe Don Lemon probably is a spoiled brat. I mean, he had everything handed to him at CNN. A lot of those high level people do it when you're at CNN or Fox.
Diva.
15 producers. I don't even know that some of these people even write up their mom.
Don Veruca Salt Lemon. That was the Willy Wonka reference.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
Moving on to Cut 14, I wanted to get this in before we have to break. Laken Riley's father was on the NBC Today show yesterday. For those of you who don't know, Laken was the 22-year-old nursing student out jogging on the University of Georgia campus last month when she was killed by an illegal migrant. The copy here says an undocumented migrant, but I choose to call it something else. Her father says that he is angered by her name being exploited by politicians and being used in this border fight. This is Cut 14 from yesterday. Phil, go.
Who was Laken to you?
She was like an angel.
This morning, Jason Riley speaking out for the first time, describing his 22-year-old daughter, Laken, as an avid marathon runner with dreams of one day becoming a nurse and working with children.
We were looking forward to seeing her graduate next year. She was so full of life. I just hate that, she was taken so early.
Police say Laken was murdered while jogging on the University of Georgia campus last month.
I wake up every day thinking, that I can call her, and I can't.
Police have charged 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra with her murder. Ibarra, a Venezuelan citizen, entered the U.S. illegally in 2022, officials say. And despite an arrest in New York and a citation for shoplifting in Georgia, was never deported. Do you think a difference in immigration policy would have made a difference for Laken?
We have no idea if that would have changed anything, but he's here illegally, that he might not have been here had we had secure borders.
Laken's murder has become a flashpoint in the partisan debate over immigration. Former President Trump meeting with Laken's mom and stepdad earlier this month, just days after this tense exchange at the State of the Union. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene imploring President Biden to say Laken Riley's name.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal.
I feel like she's being used somewhat politically.
How do you feel about that?
It makes me angry. She was much better than that. She should be raised up for the person that she is.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the father, I think you have every right to sit there and be bothered by the fact that your daughter gets used as a political pawn. But you know what? The left started this. The left started this in May of 2020 when they politicized George Floyd's death to say all cops always do this to African-American suspects. So I think Republicans absolutely can use Laken Riley's tragic death as a, hey, do you realize now, do you understand what we're talking about at the border, that this is a crisis? 7.3 million illegal entries. That's what we know of. My guess is it's probably 8, 9, or 10 million. But, obviously you feel for that dad. But, when you think about police brutality, the left said George Floyd will be the poster boy. And you know what the Republicans are doing? Laken Riley is the poster boy of Biden's failed policies. Now, is Laken Riley alive today if there's different policies? We have no way of knowing. But we do know that there is an invasion at the southern border, and it's at a level that is just off the charts astronomical. We've never seen anything like this.
It's funny.
Statistically.
It's funny because this story is really because I feel for both sides on this, because on one hand, it is causing a discussion and stuff to happen at the border because of this situation. So I believe because of this tragic situation, I believe stuff will be done. But if you're the father or the family of that, to hear your daughter's name, who was brutally murdered, constantly brought up by politicians, both left and right, it's got to be heartbreaking.
Right. And any progress you make as far as your own kind of personal recovery and coping, like maybe all of a sudden her father's having a really good day. He's not down in the dumps. He's not thinking about it. He sees a headline.
Yep.
He sees her picture.
Yep.
He sees a new law that's been put up for vote.
For
and
her.
it's like, for her. And
With
it's
her
like,
name on it,
all it does is, bring back, those awful memories.
It's an awful fine line, to really, what do you do? I don't know. It's you hear both cases and you're just like, yeah, something needs to be done. And it maybe it does take a 22-year-old girl being murdered to finally take some action. But also the family and friends of her, they don't deserve to have to constantly hear her name being used as a political volleyball.
Yeah. And, who knows how he really, truly, maybe that's not his true feeling. I'll take him at his word. Maybe it is that he doesn't like that it's being politicized. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe behind closed doors with his wife, he's angry at Biden. He's cursing. I mean, I would say this. If I was the father there, if I saw the president of the United States, who has not mentioned my daughter's name, finally bringing up at the State of the Union and call her Lincoln Riley, like that would be, like, I would just be like, can you at least get my deceased daughter's name correct, sir? Like, is that too much to ask? And then on top of it, he compounds the issue. We're talking about Biden here when he says illegals. And then, of course, Nancy Pelosi scolds him. Joe, we don't use that word. We can't use that word. It's migrants. I feel for that father, though. And the
He's
mother,
got to
too.
be in shock. I mean, they have to be in shock. You can't even wrap your brain around that kind of grief.
On the University of Georgia camp, like that stuff, and I've been through that area, that stuff doesn't happen in Athens, Georgia. Athens, Georgia, beautiful little community. Only about 75, 90 minutes west of Atlanta. Great area. Like, that's why it was such a shocker. I mean, we hear about these stories in big cities. You don't hear about that in Athens, Georgia.
Well, the predators are going to go where the prey is easier to prey upon. I mean, it's real simple.
Yep.
And that's so this guy figured out, that he could go to this, allegedly, that he could go to a place where everybody's trusting, where it's a beautiful place. And, I know that it'll all come out, the surveillance video, but supposedly he was just watching like a predator, like on the, on all the channels of the, the hunted animals, that he was scrouching down, waiting and watching, and shows, his type, whatever.
Right.
But that's the allegation here. It's pretty sick.
And then what's the mainstream media do? They
ignore it. They will ignore it.
They ignore it, or then they blame Republicans. You can't use the word illegal. These are human beings. They blame Republicans for not passing the legislation in the bill and not agreeing with Democrats. They blame Trump when Trump says, oh, they're letting out people from penitentiaries and insane asylums and drug cartels. And we've seen it now. How many times have we seen the video footage at the border where Bill Maloogian or anybody from Fox is there? They're not sending over their best, okay? We're getting a lot of killers, rapists, drug dealers, gang members. All I was told was families seeking refuge. It's weird. It's always like 28-year-old men coming over. No kids, no wife. I mean, these guys look like they're ready. You don't want to mess with these guys. So
Sick.
That's my 2 cents.
That's what I got.
That's all I got, too. 8:40, as we continue, we'll come back and wrap up the hour with Dawn's Big Three, and then a couple of good stories in the 9 o'clock hour, including speaking of the border, SCOTUS and their latest ruling on Texas and their ability to arrest migrants at the border that come across illegally. We've got a Neil Young, Joe Rogan, Spotify update, and also, is it the end of self-checkout at the big box stores? We'll give you that story as well. But first, a word from my friends at Blue Chew. If you are in need of that added spark, I've got the answer for you. BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 for your first month free. That's right, BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210, first month free. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Just pay $5 for shipping when you use the promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 for your first month free. No embarrassing conversation, no pharmacies, right to your door in discreet fashion. Perhaps the only thing better than free is that it's made in the USA. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March. It all gets underway Thursday. Today's Tuesday, yeah. It all gets underway Thursday at noon. But sometimes when you're on the wrong end of these moments, FanDuel is giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March 20th, which is tomorrow. So get in now. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay or bet doesn't win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Refund issues as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Occupied.
Hurry up.
Go away. I'm enjoying my hot shower.
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hog.
That's it. Family meeting.
We can all enjoy long, steaming, hot showers. Even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead. Have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From PassItOn.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, as we continue. Here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Social media at 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Some very interesting stories in the final hour, from Neil Young to possibly the end of self-checkout at not only Dollar General, but Target and Walmart. So we'll get to that story, and also a border update with the Supreme Court of the United States and Texas. That is on the way as well. But right now, let's get some news. It is time for Dawn Stenzelin's Big Three at 8:47.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. 36 degrees, bright and sunny skies. Number one, they've looked far and wide, but unfortunately, the lawyers for former President Donald J. Trump can't find somebody to agree to back his bond deal. They can't find an insurance company to underwrite that bond to cover the huge judgment against Trump. This is in the New York Attorney General's civil fraud case. And so Trump's attorney saying he has approached at least 30 underwriters to back the bond. But the amount of the judgment, and with all the interest and everything, it exceeds $464 million, nearly $500 million bond here that they have to cough up this cash. And so now TikTok, will there be a huge fire sale? Will Letitia James, will she, and I'm sure she hopes, and she would certainly love and enjoy this, no doubt.
She's going to seize his assets, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
That was my next line.
Yeah,
exactly.
Sorry.
No. That's exactly where she's going with this.
Now, we know they've had conversations in the past, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and according to both sides of the report, Trump never asked Elon Musk for money. Does Donald Trump go back to Elon Musk and ask Elon Musk to kind of insure this bond and to pick up the slack as to what the banks or these financial institutions, you said, 30 plus, that basically said we cannot, for lack of a better word, insure it. It's too big of a denomination. It's not for Elon Musk. I'm wondering if he would entertain that idea or if he wants to stay out of it, so to speak.
Yeah, and I don't know so these are underwriters. I don't know what the deal, we don't know the details.
Right.
In other words, it's hard for me to believe that somebody wouldn't say, okay, put up as collateral this building and that building. I mean, in all of his asset, he could put up Mar-a-Lago.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, there's one.
Right.
He could just Melania wouldn't have, no, Donald, sorry. We're not. But he certainly has that much in assets, but perhaps as part of the negotiation, they're saying, no, we're not going to put that up. We're not going to put this, that, and the other. Maybe we'll put up.
They want cash collateral, not assets, though. Like, you need a bond.
Right.
Like, a bond is cash.
Yeah.
So he would have to sell them.
Well, this is where, and I've never been in this spot before.
But you can put it. You can put up. You could say to these banks, you can negotiate whatever you want. You could say to the bank, we'll put such and such. We certainly have this much in assets. They're saying, no, we don't want that. So what I would like to know, what are they offering up, right?
Well,
So somebody has to come forward, an insurance company, and give the cash.
And you also never want to give up the cash that you have. But if the reports are true, and I've never been in this situation, so I'll never have to worry about it. If you have between reportedly $600 and $700 million in cash, liquid, why would you just not? I guess it's easier for me to say, why don't you just give them the $454 million if you have $700 million? But you don't want to give strategically. You don't want to give up that cash. You would rather post the other assets that have not been liquidated, right? Like his buildings, his golf courses, is obviously Mar-a-Lago. I mean, globally, all of his assets, he should probably be able to put up enough that would easily cover this denomination, I would think.
Yeah, I think part of the problem that I've read is that some of the big buildings, they're partners. So
it's not all his.
So yeah, so
Right.
it's tangled up.
Yeah.
In other words, so if you have all these different huge, if you've taken the Trump tour in New York, all the buildings that might not have the Trump name, but he owns a huge portion of it, but not all of it.
Right.
The bottom line here is it's not.
He's screwed.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone back. They've repeatedly gone back. They've asked. 40 Wall Street keeps coming up over and over.
Yeah.
But I guess that building in particular he doesn't fully own that one.
Right.
So they've gone back to the court, asked for a bit of mercy, but this is Judge and Gore. It's Letitia James, but it's also Judge
Engoron.
Engoron, and so they hate him. They hate his guts. What will happen here?
I don't think he's getting mercy from either one of these two.
Absolutely not.
She's trolling him on Twitter with tweeting out interest rates. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yes.
She literally tweets out like
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which to me is incredibly unprofessional. Like you got your verdict, you got your judgment, you got your ruling, But this is why people say, "Oh, it's definitely political."
I will say this, if they seriously start seizing assets and now it becomes something different. This I will tell you, and it's weird, would be Trump would find support from people that he never would have suspected. Because once they go down this slippery slope and they start seizing assets of one of the biggest businessmen in our country, as far as personality, name, former president, and they start seizing assets from this, what a chilling effect on the business community. Because the look is, much like a third world country, we can come after you, and without fully going through the appeals process and so on and so forth, no matter what anybody says, the impact on the American psyche that you could shut down somebody who's a private business person, start seizing their assets, it clearly looks political. It feels political.
Well,
it
is
smells
because
political.
From the precedent standpoint, we've never seen this enacted where there was a victimless crime of fraud, where the alleged victim, the banks, are saying, no, Trump's a whale. He paid all his loans back. Trump's great business for us. So we've never seen it actually prosecuted for overvaluing your assets. And this is the end goal, right? They want to imprison him. They want to bankrupt them. They want to strip him of his freedom and his financial lucrative accomplishments. That's been the goal all along.
We've never seen anything like this in our nation's history.
Right.
So it's unprecedented. We're still watching this. He's got to make this bond by the end of this month. So TikTok.
Also, if he takes a loan from somebody, I don't know who's going to loan him that kind of money, but if he takes a loan for somebody, then all of a sudden we have a president or would-be president who's indebted to somebody, which is not good for the country either.
That's a good point.
Very true.
Great point.
We have to break. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Piazza Auto Group sponsors us this morning. For a limited time, get special 0% interest financing on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan or 1.9% on the new Atlas and Atlas Cross Sport, both for 60 months. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne or piazzavw.com today. Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Final hour is on the way. Is it the end of self-checkout? We'll get into that when we come back. Kayal and Company, fourth hour, next on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Parks Casino, this is how you win. Action, entertainment, great dining, of course, a lot of excitement. Parks Casino, the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and my casino of choice, as you know. Parks has 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, state-of-the-art sportsbook, 150-foot video wall, and those comfy reclining seats. Plus award-winning restaurants, the Parks Grill Steakhouse, Liberty Bell Gastropub, and all-season beer garden. I love the beer garden. This time of year, when you're in the mood for spring, it feels so good to just hang out. Delicious sushi, by the way, at Bamboo Noodle House. New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night. Joe Conklin and the best bands every single weekend. 360 Lounge, their top headliners coming soon to the Excite Center, America's top psychic medium. Matt Frazier coming up soon, April 20th. Tracy Morgan, May 11th. And then Femmes of Rock, May 17th. Sebastian Bach from Skid Row, May 18th. Free parking, valet parking, electric vehicle charging stations for all guests, for all things Parks Casino. Just visit them, parkscasino.com, Parx Casino. This is how you win. Gotta be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Renowned physicist Sir Isaac Newton's third law of physics states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Frank Cardillo has been a crash-proof consumer since 2015 and knows Newton's law also applies to the stock market. The record high that we've seen in 2024 will be followed by an equal and opposite reaction, a new record low for Wall Street.
I know in life that what goes up must come down, and the more things go up, the bigger the low. The remarkable thing about crash-proof is that it is impossible to lose. In the worst of down years, I'm losing nothing, zero. I've received almost 7% interest in the last few years. I'm very comfortable with that. Wall Street eventually will crash. It's only a matter of time. The crash-proof retirement system is the best way to protect your assets.
The time to protect your nest egg is now, before Wall Street hits a new record low. Register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just gonna love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope, sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the the free Odyssey app. Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Coincidental murder with nothing to show. The judge of constipation go to his head, and his wife's aggravation. You soon end up dead.
9:01 as we continue. It is the fourth and final hour. Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just under 20 minutes. What's on the cut sheet part 2. Also, don't forget this Friday, Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon, 13 straight hours, 6 to 7 p. All of us throughout the day, myself, Dawn, Greg, Zioli, Dom, and others, including special guests. And as we have said in the past, last year, well over $90,000 we raised. And the goal this year is to crack 6 figures. I think we can do that this year. $100,000 is very feasible.
I do too. For everybody listening, we give you hours and hours and hours of entertainment every day, information. We're here for you. We're your friends. All we ask one day a year is that you be as generous as you can be for the Travis Manion Foundation and our veterans.
That's correct. That is coming up on Friday. All right, before we get to a couple of these lighter stories, let me wrap up the Trump conversation that Dawn was talking about in the Big Three. We have Frank, who is in South Philly, has some thoughts on Trump and that payment of $454 million. Frank, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Frank, you go ahead.
Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
We are well.
Thank you. President Trump is a sharp businessman, the sharpest businessman in the country, I would say, and the sharpest president that we ever had. Here's the thing. In Philadelphia, Center City, Philadelphia, there was a guy by the name of Sam Rappaport. He had a lot of properties over here. He basically put up his properties to the city of Philadelphia that he owed taxes for. They turn around, take installment payments. He could turn around, put the properties up, and possibly work out a deal where the state of New York receives revenue from the properties that he owns in order to pay for this bond or whatever the case may be that they have over there. But if they puts up the property, he's not going to put up his cash. That's for sure.
Right.
A sharp businessman is not going to put up his cash. So what he might put all his properties in New York. Now, most likely they're all separate identities. The ones in Florida, the ones in wherever else he has properties. So the ones in New York, if he puts them up, even if he loses them, New York most likely is going to become a ghost town because Kevin O'Leary, the Shark Tank King over there, Mr. Wonderful, he's not doing no business whatsoever in New York. He's moving towards westbound, North Dakota, South Dakota, and all that area, Montana. All his investments are going out towards there. None whatsoever in New York. All the business guys that are doing business in New York, they're most likely pulling out of there. All the big money, not the, small business. I can see them stay because they can't afford to do that. But all your big money is moving out of there.
Well, but herein lies the issue, Frank, and I appreciate the call. With his properties, and we're talking about Trump's properties in New York, like Dawn had mentioned, if he's got, co-partners that have a percentage of it, it's not like, unless I'm misreading the situation, and I'm just going to, shoot from the hip here. If somebody has a 20% equity stake in property X of Trump, I would imagine you have a right to say, well, no, I'm not putting up that portion. You would have to get that person that you are in business and a partner with to agree to it, right? Unless that person is a very minuscule percentage owner of the property and they don't have the right to, for lack of a better word, challenge the idea of Trump to put up the property as an asset as collateral. I would assume, if Trump owns building X and he has 65% of it and the other 35% is shared by 3 investors, I would imagine that everybody has to be on the same page in agreement with what they are doing here. right?
Yeah. Yes. This is unprecedented. Has anybody in the history of our country, and that's just it. You're looking at people who are financial people, and they rely on stats and numbers and odds and all of this, because we don't even know where this is going with Trump, the persecution, prosecution. They have to factor all of that in.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do not believe in the history of our country. So if you're one of these insurance companies, you're looking at this and saying, man, well, what have we done in the past, right? Because they look at the past as far as there is nothing. History is being written as we know it. And so the business community, I think, is a bit freaked out about this. But for an insurance company, they're looking at this. There's nothing where you can look at the precedence of this. There's no precedent.
And that's where I think if you are in the business community, you are a little freaked out, because if, let's say, two things. Number one, your politics don't align with Letitia James. But more importantly, if you are also somebody who has overinflated your assets, well, if Letitia James is going to come after Donald Trump and have success, what's to say, or who's to say, that she'll stop there? And clearly it's political. She campaigned on it. She wanted to get him, and maybe she'll just stop there and won't go after the lesser business person. But there's no guarantees that she won't. So if you're a business owner and you have the ability to get out and you feel like you could be next, you should absolutely get out. But like Frank mentioned, the low-level business person, they're not able to do it. Mm-hmm. Somebody that has maybe 20% of a equity stake in something that Trump owns could probably leave for Florida or Texas or a red state. But most businesses, because at the end of the day, most small business owners specifically, as good as it is to be your own boss, most of them still live paycheck to paycheck. But she ain't going after paycheck to paycheck people.
Like, what are they going to do? They're going to put a padlock on Trump Tower?
I read that. Is that confirmed?
No, it's a joke.
It's a joke because he doesn't own the entire building.
Well, yeah.
So the other piece of this is I had read that, in fact, the insurance companies will not take assets as collateral. They don't want to deal with all of that because of some of the factors that we've talked about,
like
such
what,
as
like appraisals and things like that.
Well, no. They don't want. They want to know how much cash. They want cash as collateral.
Yeah.
And so, just like Frank, the point Frank made is exactly correct. You're never going to put up cash as collateral. So it's a negotiation ongoing. To me, it's a little bit of a game of chicken because of exactly what Frank. Listen to the sentiment that Frank just mentioned. That he's exactly right. And so now, who's going to blink first? Because New York, what is New York known for? Business, banking. It's a mecca.
Yeah. It's a financial capital of the world.
Trust me. I mean, all these insurance companies, they're putting in the court record, all these insurance company, major biggity bigs, and this is not political, are just saying, this is rare. We've never seen anything like this. And they're all saying pass. So what you're seeing now is in the business community, they're getting a whiff of this. Because guess what? If Letitia James or anybody in control in government doesn't like you, they can now seize your hard assets. They can seize your assets.
Well, let me ask you guys.
Your buildings.
Take the amount of money out of the equation. Let's talk about somebody of our means, and we have to put up all of this money, and we don't have it. What do they do to us? Seriously, like
they let you. So they can't take your home. Depending on where you are. They cannot take your home in places like Pennsylvania and Florida, particularly if your spouse's name is on that. And generally speaking, it takes a lot for them to take your home.
Mm-hmm.
And so generally speaking, you would go on a payment plan. You would be allowed the time, and that's just it. It's unprecedented that you would say to somebody, hey, this is an historic amount, more than $500 million, and you have only days to pay it. That's absurd.
Yeah.
And to your point, Greg, people have time, sometimes years they have to make payments, to sell off things, and to make it right. But you would go on a payment plan.
I don't know about that. You would declare bankruptcy, wouldn't you? I mean,
Yeah,
can't you just declare
sure.
bankruptcy and say, I don't have this? I
Well,
declare
yeah.
bankruptcy and then...
Sure, but then
And
the
your
bankruptcy...
credit shot for X amount of years and all that stuff.
Sure, you could declare bankruptcy, but then that takes, you've got at least 7 years to figure that out.
But you talk about the game of chicken that you were saying and this back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading the room. It doesn't look like Letitia James is going to lighten her stance or demands.
Nope.
She's out for blood.
Yep.
And she got the ruling. So from the leverage in the leverage game, I mean, she has no. If you're somebody who campaigned on this multiple years ago and made this your whole thing, and then you get Engelmoron to rule in your favor, I don't see her cutting any slack. And it's not. I mean, trust me, I can't stand her guts. And by the way, she's also been accused of being a workplace bully. We'll get to that story tomorrow because we're going to run out of time. But just if I had to place a bet right now, will Letitia James throw any rope to Trump? I don't see it. I really don't. So we'll see how it plays out. But I could be wrong.
And the Alvin Bragg case is coming up in April.
Well, the Alvin Bragg thing is so off the radar, if you think about it. But in the scale of what people care about, like we're talking about $454 million versus $130,000, right? Like it just feels like this was the Super Bowl of finances in the Trump civil stratosphere.
I understand what you're saying.
Alvin Bragg feels like a exhibition game.
I understand what you're saying, but for the Trump camp, you're being hit with this.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's death by a million paper cuts.
And then it's the Alvin Bragg thing coming in. They say April, but who knows if that's actually going to happen?
Right.
But yeah, it's.
I don't
know what you do in this situation.
If it didn't involve an adult film star, I don't think there would be much intrigue in coverage of the case. I think when you look at that, if you're saying from a mainstream media perspective, if I was running CNN or MSNBC, what do I care most about? I care about January 6th. I care about $454 million because it's kind of a shocking number. But I don't think most people pay attention to classified documents, the Mar-a-Lago case, or the Alvin Bragg case. You have the Georgia case, and let's be honest, the Georgia case is probably the third most salacious of the three, and it's only juicy because the DA was having sex with her special prosecutor.
Yeah.
Right? Like most people, because we live it, we're in the weeds with all of it. But most people aren't paying attention to the nuance of the legalese going on with all these cases. They're not reading motions and appeals and things like that. They're just reading the headlines.
You look at all of these different cases, and in particular, I think, as far as public opinion, think about Letitia James, hot mess. She couldn't even properly file or write. She couldn't run. She could not run a McDonald's franchise or a Wawa franchise.
She had her dress zipped up the wrong way.
Yeah, she's a hot mess, and yet she can persecute a former president and highly successful individual and go through this. Look at Letitia James. She couldn't make her way out of a paper bag. These people are Alvin Bragg. These individuals, and look at Special Jack Smith. The guy has every one of his persecutions of others has been overturned. These people are a disaster. Could not run an ice cream. Couldn't on this first day of spring. They could not run a Rita's Water Ice.
I could go for a gelati right now. I'll tell you that.
They couldn't run one franchise. These individuals.
Good on my throat.
I think Americans look at this and the hot mess of all of these different cases and all these different individuals, and the way this is going. And so, yeah, what are his choices? Could he? Will he declare bankruptcy in New York? If he declares bankruptcy, then what?
Has he ever declared bankruptcy in any of his business dealings?
Sure, they all have.
Okay.
They all have bankruptcy. And remember in 2016.
Even Elon, your buddy?
I don't know if Elon did, but
you said they all have.
If he keeps losing on Twitter, he might. 22 billion down the can.
If you look at how many, Elon is different because he's an inventor and I think he's in a different category. But for business people, yeah, I think, and that was something that Trump, remember, they had asked him about it. He had campaigned on that in 2016 or during the campaign trail when he was asked about it. And he said, yeah, they give businesses a lot of rope. We should shore up those loopholes.
If I'm Trump, I go to Elon and I try to get him to back me or whatever the correct terminology would be. And my sales pitch, if I'm Trump to Elon, if he's remotely considering it, I would just say, hey, the left already hates you. You restored free speech on Twitter, blah, 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 blah. You're no longer the poster boy for climate change and smart cars and Teslas. Help me out here. That's my pitch.
But I think Trump does not want to he's not going to put up cash. He is probably, so he to me has the Trump card, because if he does declare bankruptcy, that buys him years, but then it's a pain in the butt because he loses control, he loses control of things. So does he buy out his sons?
Wait,
and then declare bankruptcy?
By declaring bankruptcy is the Trump card?
Because of the delays.
Okay.
Because
if you tie it up in court for all these
If he ties
years.
it up in court, but then business-wise, it's a hot mess.
Yeah. Plus, you got to factor in his age, too. You know who actually probably is worried more than Trump?
His sons.
It's probably the young ones, right? Because, let's face it, Trump's no spring chicken. Trump's on the 16th hole of his life. You look at his children and the other people that have, been benefiting off of the Trump name. Not to say that they don't work hard or they don't have skill sets and they're not an asset to his empire. But those, if I'm a 40-year-old that's making good money working for Trump, I'm the one who's concerned.
Tom Walsh has an interesting thought. We had heard you played a clip that Truth Social is worth $1 billion, right?
Yes, we did.
Well, no, that's what
his stake in it.
What he's saying is that has been around for a month, that he might get the $4 billion. But I tell you, Trump is not going to pay up the cash.
Yeah.
Because if he goes into bankruptcy court, he gets to choose the bankruptcy court. So does he go to Texas, where they're very friendly? He's not going to go to Delaware. I know. You know what I'm talking about. There's a little sidebar reference I can't say on the air. But does he go to the apparently the most friendly bankruptcy court in America?
I've heard that.
He can choose Texas, and then he's dealing out of Texas. So guess what? Those little folks in New York City, he's not going to go to Delaware for a bankruptcy court. Elon Musk learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
But now that tees up a slight victory for Trump, or at least a slight controlling measure.
Are you surprised that Truth is worth as much as they're valuing it at?
No.
The SEC, I'm reading this from Reuters, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, clears Trump's social media deal worth as much as $10 billion.
Mm-hmm. That was late February.
I just find that hard to believe, because there's not, the reality is there's not as many people on Truth as there are the other platforms.
Unless they're doing a better job of monetizing it than Twitter is. Mm-hmm. By the way, breaking news here. Trump is suing ABC News and George Stephanopoulos for defamation over that Nancy Mace interview.
Wow.
Good.
Oh.
Former President Donald Trump filed a defamation lawsuit against ABC News and George Stephanopoulos over a viral
for using
interview.
The word rape, right?
Mace and Stephanopoulos went viral after they got into it for her support for former President Trump after an E. Jean Carroll civil trial victory, affirming that Judge Lewis Kaplan put it in a ruling. Trump raped her, as many people commonly understand the word rape. Indeed, the evidence at trial recounted below makes clear the jury found that Mr. Trump, in fact, did not rape her. Yeah.
Right.
They actually acquitted on that charge. In fact,
boy, and Nancy Mace should get a cut of that.
Well, she basically was. She wasn't trying. What?
This won't go anywhere.
She body bagged Stephanopoulos. She crushed him that day.
Yeah, this won't go anywhere.
You don't think so?
No, it's not going to go anywhere.
It has to go through the courts, however.
As a broadcaster, using the wrong terminology repeatedly?
It's I can almost guarantee you, because of who he is and what, he's the
it's a higher bar because they have to say malice.
It's a way higher bar.
But the fact that he's a Democrat a Democrat operative.
He tried to sue Bill Maher for saying that his parents were
Bill Maher is
chimpanzees or orangutans or something.
Yeah, but Bill Maher is not claiming to be a journalist of ABC News.
I'm telling you,
so it's a different entity.
Won't go anywhere. It's all for publicity.
The defamation threshold is very high. I think the success rate of these cases is
slim and none.
Well, yeah. What's the most popular defamation case that we've been talking about the last couple of months is what Deadspin did to that 9-year-old.
Now, if one of us gets on the air and say Joe Blow raped a minor, and Joe Blow comes up and says, I didn't rape a minor and you just defamed me, I'm suing you. This radio station 100% would lose its license.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's different with this.
This was filed in Florida. So if it's filed in Manhattan, forget it. But he did state, Stephanopoulos repeatedly stated that Trump had bound,
Yeah.
Trump, he repeatedly stated that rape, Trump committed rape, that sort of thing. And so that's, he's allegedly a journalist.
Yeah.
And so he's introduced to the audience as a journalist. To me, I think that they have a case here. Will they be able to meet that level of saying malice?
Nope. No, they're not going to.
But
the Nick Sandman thing that worked because he was a private, he was a private citizen.
And underage.
He was a kid.
He was a child.
Stuff like that. Yes, that is stuff where defamation suits are warranted and they should be. But stuff like this just goes. I almost guarantee you it'll get thrown out.
All right. We'll come back, get to the morning mystery movie clip in just a few minutes, and we will tell you what you're playing for on the other side. It is Kayal and Company, and this segment was brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit TommyD's.com. Morning mystery movie clip next, but first a word from my friends at Blue Chew. If Father Time is catching up with you when it pertains to your adult relations behind closed doors, it's okay. It happens to all of us. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. How great is that? Just pay the $5 for shipping. Promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Stay fresh with Blue Chew. Confidence plus performance. It comes standard, and it's also made in the USA.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you about Dr. Bent's My Dentist, great prosthodontist. Well, 2023 was a big staff turnover year due to retirements and other moves. Everything is rolling into the new year. Laura is the new office administrator. Nancy, Madison, Shelby, they're there to greet you with that same culture of excellence. You can count on the Bent's Dental Group in East Norriton. Give them a call, 610-272-6949, bentsdentalgroup.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua, New Jersey, Saturday, April 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a way to boost energy, support your heart, and age with grace? Well, it's time to check out Oracene from Rescue Natural Supplements. Oracene provides essentials for our body's need to naturally combat fatigue and increase stamina without the high sugar, caffeine, and unhealthy ingredients common in superficial energy sources. Plus, Rescue Oracene supports healthy blood pressure and cardio function too. And now for a limited time, our listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free on Rescue Oracene. Just use the code FUEL when ordering to get this exclusive deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code FUEL online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code FUEL, F-U-E-L. Buy one Oracene, get another free. Go to res-q.com now. Stay fueled and fit with Rescue Oracene.
Something amazing is happening in meteorology. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure to pre-configured Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights to run more accurate forecast models. So it's almost like they're controlling the weather themselves. Lenovo and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo Client.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Make lifetime memories with your family and friends when you book your stay at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Book a June midweek package and save. Stay 3 nights, receive $60 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights and receive $80 a night. Use your resort credits on purchases in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession, or in the gift shop. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code EARN.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Hey, Autobahn. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company rolling on 929 live on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 coming up in a matter of minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Today in music history. And who on Twitter today? All still on tap. But let's get through some of these Trump calls. 855-839-1210, and then we'll get to the cut sheet. Let me grab Charles. He is in Camden, New Jersey, and he wants to jump in this morning. Charles, how are you?
Okay, Nick, how are you this morning? Don and Greg, how are you guys?
We are well.
And Nick, notwithstanding the Letitia James case, notwithstanding that you would have to show that I think she would have to show that the banks totally relied on Trump's representation of the value of the properties. If you just put that aside, you follow her down her logical way of thinking, you would have to conclude that, hey, if Trump overinflated these properties and the banks relied on that and they gave him a loan based on that overinflated value, then you could also say that the taxes that would have been paid on that overinflation benefited the state. And the state was the state had now they have money that they got illegally from this whole transaction. So not only was there no victim,
the state
but
would
they
have
benefited from it.
Yeah, the state would have generated more revenue than they should have initially. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. So not only is there no victim, but they benefited from it. It's not like Al Capone where he, avoided paying taxes or evaded paying taxes.
Right.
He overpaid taxes.
Right. Well, this is the first ever time in the history of the state of New York that this has been brought forward where there is legitimately, and thank you for the call, Charles, legitimately no victim. And it's not to excuse the practice of overinflating assets, but this is and I don't know how frequently this occurs, but from all of the experts that I have watched on television that talk about this, that know about the subject far more at a much deeper level than I do, this is somewhat of a common practice. And when the, quote, victim were the way the government tried to portray it as if the banks were victims, there were bank employees that got on the stand and testified saying, no, we love Trump. Trump was a great customer. He borrowed X. He paid back Y and Z. And they even referred to him with the term as a whale, which if you're a financial institution, you want to do business with whales. They're a great business because you are going to make a nice return in the payments of borrowed funds. So that is the most staggering part of it. But when you run on this politically and you make this the crux of your campaign, remember, we played you the clip. I mean, she was out in the streets with a megaphone a few years ago. I don't know if that was 2021 or 2022, but I mean, she has had a for Trump for a long time. So you're right. That's a very interesting point. I don't have the answer to it. What does the state do with the additional money due to the overinflation of the assets? Does the state have to forfeit that money or do they keep that? I don't know the answer to that question. If they were supposed to make $6 in interest, but they got $8 because Trump overinflated it, what do they do with that extra $2?
The truth is the overinflation never mattered. It never mattered. It never affected anything because they looked at their own numbers. They created their deal. And so for government to now put its tentacles into these deals when they never necessarily took the inflated numbers, they came up with their own. That's business. Mm-hmm. So now this is the government coming in between you and your customer. That's what this is. We should all be disturbed by this.
Yeah, you think about this. Like I have my laptop here, and you want to buy my laptop, Dawn, and I sit here and I say, well, it's worth $250, and you say, well, I don't think it is. I think you're overinflating it. I'll give you $200 for it. That's up to you and I to determine the price, right?
Because there's this little thing called, capitalism, the free market. So if I decide that your laptop is worth that, because the added value is the one and only top rated Nick Kayal. So now I can go, wow, I've got a celebrity laptop. I'm going to pay that.
You're the celebrity on the show.
No, stop.
Me. I don't have any.
But so we decide the partners in a business deal, they're trying to tax and come in between, not even tax. They're trying to intercept and interrupt the art of the deal. In other words, they're trying to intercept capitalism, the free market. That's what they're doing. That's their whole case.
Funny how it always goes back full circle to the big take this morning where we talked about the government overstepping their bounds with free speech and social media and the First Amendment.
Well said.
All right. Let me grab one last call and then we'll get to I have time for a call, right, Greg?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin, Northeast Philadelphia. Kevin, you go right ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Hey,
I'm on my way to New Jersey to buy a Mega Ball and a Powerball, and if I hit, I'm going to give it to Trump. And I hope every Trump person goes and thinks of that. Just loan it to him for a couple weeks.
How about a little percentage of that to your favorite morning show?
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be good to use state money and give it back to him?
Woo!
Yeah, that would be a real middle finger back to the state for sure, Kevin. I got to tell you though, if I won Powerball, I don't know that I'm giving it to anybody. Trump, my wife.
That's
my
because
kids.
his wife already has it spent.
Yep. I'm buying golf clubs, and you'll never see me again.
And the little girls.
There you go. Yeah, I'll pay my girls college. How about that? And their dance bill. Other than that, nobody else gets anything. All right, 9:36. Let's get to the What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2? Sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. That's Holland, HOLLAND, floor.com. Thank you, Holland Floor, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. So we all remember that tragic shooting that happened a couple months ago at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade, correct?
Oh, yes.
So they decided to interview. This is unbelievable to me. They decided to interview the kicker,
Harrison Butker,
for the Chiefs, and try and get him to support gun control. Because, you know, that shooting that happened was tragic. We need better gun control, right?
Yep.
So this, and I don't know who the interviewer is. It's a show called In Depth. But he's trying to bait Harrison Butker, into supporting gun control. And this guy's having none of it. Where are we here? This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
I do want to ask, there is a debate in this country over the best way to curb gun violence after being so close to it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I had to do a lot of thinking about what took place at the parade. I know gun violence was a big discussion, but at the end of the day, this is degenerate violence, and it should not be occurring. I think we need strong fathers in the home. I think we need men that are leading, that are setting good examples, that are teaching the young men in our society that violence is not the way to handle our disputes. It's very unfortunate what happened. Unfortunately, many, many children were injured. Beautiful young lady was killed over someone getting offended and turning to violence to handle that dispute. It's so sad. I don't think guns are the issue. I think we need fathers in the home that are being great examples for our youth.
Smartest kicker in football history, folks. How about that? If you actually have a father and a two-parent household and a strong upbringing, odds are the chances of you committing that act are significantly lower. But nope, let's snatch up all the firearms. That's always the solution, right? Get rid of the guns.
I love that reporter was really trying to goad him into that, and then he got the answer that he didn't want, and he was like, okay, let's move on here.
Harrison Butker went in depth there,
and he
didn't like it.
You guys familiar with Michael Imperioli from The Sopranos?
Yes.
Of course.
So he's currently on Broadway doing an Enemy of the People with former Succession star Jeremy Strong. Dawn and I watched Succession. Jeremy Strong was one of the main characters in that. He did a fabulous job. So he was on Broadway doing this, and there was a protester that interrupted. It was a climate change guy, and you can see Michael Imperioli going full Michael.
Oh yeah,
on this.
Was the climate change activist throwing mashed potatoes or soup at a wall?
No, he was just yelling something, and everybody was just kind of looking at him. And the security kind of came over, but Michael gets off of the stage and you can see the video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, I haven't said this yet, but please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you have not done so yet. This is cut 7. Phil, go. Nick, if you want to describe this too. Sorry, Phil.
Yep. Guy comes from the top balcony.
Wait, hang on. Cut 7 one more time, Phil. Go.
I object to the silencing of scientists. I am very, very sorry to interrupt your night.
Coming down the steps in the auditorium.
I work in this theater professionally. And I'm sorry, you need to leave.
Packed house.
Get him out. Good job. Let's go. We got somebody. Where's the house manager? They do not have the floor.
So
here comes a 90-year-old security female. She just grabbed a bottle of vodka.
Here he goes. He's gonna go full Christopher on him.
Get out. Get going. Get him out.
Christopher.
Oh my God.
Well, I just need to get into the mindset of these people. What makes you show up at that venue for that setting to disrupt what people are paying for? To just, and I'm all for the right to protest, but these people that show up at performances with an agenda, they should be ousted like that. I like that approach. He wasn't over the top. He just kind of, grabbed him by the back of the joke and back of the jacket and just kind of flung him up the steps.
It's amazing.
Yeah, like a Frisbee.
It's awesome.
Get out.
By the way, Michael Imperioli on Broadway. I think I'd like to see Michael Imperioli and Jeremy Strong. I would love to see that.
Yes.
I don't like plays, but that looks good.
I wonder if they be coming to this area. Maybe Atlantic City. No, I can see that being at the Borgata.
Well, once you're on Broadway, you don't go on tour. You stay on Broadway, don't you?
Well,
some go on tour.
Oh, do they?
But usually the headline, they change up the talent.
Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The main stars. That's when they go on tour when they have the lesser hosts. All right. We had the discussion in the 8:00 cut sheet about Elon Musk and free speech, and this all stemmed from his interview conversation with Don Lemon. So it dropped yesterday. I just pulled 2 clips. I'll just play one of them because it's a lot of the same from these two.
And by the way, both equally painful.
Yeah. There's a lot of this is an interesting back and forth about they're talking about lowering the standards for doctors and how that could result in more deaths. And I don't think Don Lemon is kind of grasping the concept of how if you lower the standards of anything, like take doctors out of it. If we lower the standards,
like they're doing in Nashville with the police.
If we lower the standards for talk radio hosts, you won't have as good of talk radio hosts,
right? And
you know what I mean.
And then you won't have brand managers that are excited about the results, and they won't be able to say things like,
"By the way, guys, another good month." So this is that back and forth. This is cut 16, I think. Phil, go.
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards,
Yes.
but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or?
That's what that article suggested. Yes. at Duke University.
Okay.
What a painful exercise. Boring and more boring between those two. So there's three things I would say. Number one, it's actually happening in real life. We just talked about it in Nashville in Davidson County, where they want to raise the female police officer ratio or percentage of female cops from 13% to 30%. And in an effort to hit their recruitment goal, they are going to lower the physical fitness exam requirements. So let me ask you this. Your house is being burglarized. Do you want, and somebody can get mad at this, that's fine. Do you want an out-of-shape female responding, or do you want somebody that's built like RoboCop to protect your house? I want the guy...
Or an out-of-shape male.
Or an out-of-shape male. Mm-hmm. Do you want a fatso, or do you want somebody in the best physical condition of their peak existence? That's number one. Number two, let me ask you, Don Lemon. You're on the slab in a hospital. Uh-oh. You're having brain surgery. Do you care who the doctor is, or because I know Don Lemon loves himself some Don Lemon.
Yep.
Do you think Don Lemon wants the absolute best surgeon, regardless of identity politics,
of course, and
so
he has
that he
money
can continue living his great life?
And he has the money to pay for it.
Okay,
yeah.
That's number two. And then number three, the state of Washington. We'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow. The Washington Supreme Court has just ruled that the bar exam will no longer be required to become an attorney in the state of Washington, all because they are trying to ensure that marginalized communities have a better chance to practice law.
Cool.
So do you want to hire a lawyer that didn't pass the bar exam to represent you?
No.
Maybe so. You know, this could be a whole new thing.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we'll get some people who might not be book smart, but it's like my cousin Vinny.
Yep.
Maybe we'll get some regular working people. Yep. I don't know.
You know, on second thought, I am going to go back to law school. All right, we'll come back and wrap it up with Who on Twitter today, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and today in music history. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now, how much I just love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful and, more energy efficient as well. You know, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But you may not think of Chapman right away. I hope you do, but if you don't, for siding and stucco remediation, I just want you to know I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. I want you to think replacing it with James Hardy plank. Beautiful. Or vinyl siding. It's really going to boost the value, the curb appeal of your home. You're going to love it. So you want to get ahead of the ball right now, and you definitely want to start planning any of your home projects, but especially an important one like siding for this year. You want to get moving here. Certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So if you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, all the beautiful hardware choices, give them a call. You can text. They're listening right now, like-minded, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can always take that virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up in just about 7 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
Yes, so much developing today. Obviously, the latest Trump news as TikTok, he has about a week to come up with all that cash, more than $500 million. So we'll update you on all of that. There's some updates on the lawsuit against ABC News that he has filed. As well, we're going to talk coming up at 10:30. Former federal prosecutor George Villa, a criminal defense attorney, will break down many of these legal cases for us, and whether it's Trump, whether it's the Fannie case in Atlanta, all of this. So he's a former federal prosecutor, so we'll get some insights into what's going on there. In the 11 a.m. hour, again, we have so much breaking and developing today. I always update you on what's happening, but we'll check in with my friend Christine Flowers, local columnist, as well as TV commentator and pundit, well known here in Philadelphia. Christine will break down what she sees. She's also an immigration attorney in her spare time, not really. But from that insight of an immigration attorney looking at all of this, her insight. So we have a lot going on, and we continue live and local through the hours.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in a couple of minutes as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Hey, March 19th. We celebrate the birthdays of Billy Sheehan and Mr. Big and Paul Atkinson, the guitarist for the Zombies. We also lost Randy Rhoads, Ozzy's guitarist, on this day in 82. Notable singles include Aerosmith's Same Old Song and Dance from 74 and Space Hogs In the Meantime from 96. Notable albums include Jethro Tull's Aqua Lung from 71, Dressed to Kill by Kiss in 75, Take It to the Streets by the Doobie Brothers in 76, and Depeche Mode's Violator from 90. Also, Billy Joel made his UK concert debut in 78, Jefferson Airplane reformed as Jefferson Starship in 74, and lastly, in 75, the movie version of The Who's Tommy premiered in the U.S. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work as always, Philip. And we get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Old Man Dudley says, interesting show today. From wife beaters to buzzer beaters, you're covering it all. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website at TommyD's.com.
All right, that'll do it for us. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And for all of you young, aspiring broadcasters and podcasters, just remember, when it pertains to out times,
we want to hit that hard.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.